Once your captain reaches 21 points, their work is really just beginning, because at that point, you still need to take that captain out and get a bunch of XP, which you can turn around and use to level up other captains in your reserves or on your other ships. Third, do any of your captains offer special bonuses? Maybe your 14-point Gunther Luchens isn't your top captain, but his special abilities alone might be reason enough to consider focusing your leveling efforts on him instead of the captain that is in fact closer. Finally, what captains do you need ready for upcoming competitive modes? Do you play ranked, and do you need a special captain in there? What about clan battles? Is clan battles coming up for you, and what captain do you need ready for that upcoming season? Maybe you play in King of the Sea, but let's be real, if you participate in King of the Sea, you don't really need to watch this video, so just never mind. Next, I want to talk about some critical concepts that will help you maximize the XP grind on your commanders on your way to 21. First of all, we need a way to understand our commander pool as a whole rather than as a series of individual commanders that are individually leveling up. That's the wrong way to think about this. Each commander is part of a group, and that group is trying to raise its overall level, and the best way to do that is to stack damage, or in this case XP, on a single commander. I use a spreadsheet to manage my commanders because the in-game tools in World of Warships are not very good for this purpose. It's not really to Wargaming's benefit to make it easier for you to understand and optimize this, because you'd be more likely to spend money to speed up a captain who could be leveling faster if you could optimize and track your captains better. I'm not accusing Wargaming of anything evil here, but I would say that they're not motivated to make this easy for you to understand, because then you would optimize. Remember the old adage, what gets measured gets managed. And if you don't track and measure your commander's progress, there's no possible way for you to measure them and manage them well. Using my spreadsheet, I'm able to see all of my commanders in one place, and I can filter them by country or ship class, or sort them by their progress to 21 points. I use this tool to understand and see the whole problem space, and then I identify the captain that I'm going to push up to 21 points next. I exclusively use my commander XP on that captain, the one I have chosen to be 21 next, and this allows me to do that damage stacking, that XP stacking on the captain who's next in line. I also use this spreadsheet to manage which ships are assigned to which commander, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more later. The second concept that's really critical to thinking about optimizing our captain grind is perhaps the most important. We should have the fewest number of captains possible. We all play some number of games of World of Warships, whatever that might be for you, and we want to focus all of those games on the smallest pool of captains because that would maximize their XP gain per captain the most. Let me give you an example. If we played 100 games and we used a different commander every time, we'd have 100 captains, and each one would make far less progress towards getting to 21 points than if we played that same 100 games but only used 30 different commanders. If we want all of our captains to be 21 pointers, and we do, with 100 commanders, we would need 291 million captain XP to get them there. If we used 30 commanders, we would only need about 87 million captain XP. Now think about that for a second. I know both of those numbers are very large, but you can see just how critical it is that we understand and optimize our captain XP grind. I would much rather grind 87 million XP than 291 million XP. Okay, Clyde, I should fire a bunch of my captains? What does that even mean? Well, not really. Really, the general rule of thumb here is that each of your Tech Tree ships should have a commander assigned to them. Every single ship in your port that's a Tech Tree ship, give it a captain. And in almost every single case, all of your premium ships should not have captains that are only used for that ship. There are some premium ships that are so unique that you may want to do this, but typically, unless that has a very specific build or a very specific reason that just doesn't work for any other ship, you should try to avoid doing this. Every time you do, you're signing up to grind another 2.9 million commander XP so that captain can reach 21 points. Now, again, I know that not everybody has every captain in their port as a 21 point captain, but if that is our eventual goal, which again is probably unreasonable, that's the concept. Whenever, of course, there is a reason to have a unique commander for a premium ship, and there are reasons to do it, trust me, you'll know, right? Just go ahead and do it in that case, but be aware that what you're doing is saying, well, this captain's going to level much more slowly than they could level otherwise. And so you should avoid it whenever possible. Now, the next concept is that moving captains between Tech Tree boats is expensive, and we should try to do it as infrequently as possible. When we move a captain from one Tech Tree ship to another, they go into a retraining period. And while they're retraining, they earn XP that goes into a black hole that we never get to see, and it doesn't help level the captain. And during that time, they're also less effective, which kind of sucks. We can skip the retraining period if we spend doubloons or elite commander XP or even free XP to retrain them immediately. However, this is costly, and any of the elite commander XP or free XP that we spend is not going to go to getting us our next 21 point captain. It goes into that same black hole that I described earlier. Elite commander XP and sometimes even free XP should be spent on leveling our captains to 21 points, not helping them retrain because we moved them because we had a poor plan in terms of leveling our captains. There are of course going to be times when it makes sense to spend elite commander XP to move or retrain a captain. And when that is the case, it'll be apparent. Like I said earlier, you'll know when that is the right thing to do. Go ahead and just do it. It's not a big deal. However, if we can avoid it, we should, because that'll get us to 21 faster. The last concept to be aware of and take advantage of is perhaps the most important, or maybe the second most important. I don't know. I said something else was most important earlier. And that is to take advantage of the changes of the captain rework for the early part of 2021. For those players who have premium ships, the captain rework from the early part of that year was a huge boon in grinding captain XP. The change allowed us to reduce the number of captains required to man our various ships more drastically than ever before. Let me explain. Captains can now have one configuration for every class of ship. I mean, like large stroke class, like destroyers, cruisers, battleships, carriers, and now submarines. That is to say, if you have a 10-point captain, that 10-point captain can use all of their points, all 10 points, to create a build for each class of ship that they serve on. But wait, Clyde, I hear you say, I have to retrain captains when I move them to new ships. You told me not to do that. How does this help me? Well, Okay, I guess I have to admit that this is sort of a tax cut for the rich. Basically, this is a benefit for people who have premium ships and a bigger benefit for people who have a bunch of premium ships. When we move captains, we can move them without penalty from a tech tree ship to any premium ship. And because those captains can now have class-specific builds for any of those premium ships that we might move them to, say a battleship captain that wants to move to a destroyer, we can now utilize some of our best captains, our captains with the most points, across more ships in our fleet than ever before, as long as the ships we're moving them around to are premiums. Remember earlier when I said I was able to grind up a whole bunch of captains into captain dust and feed them to my other commanders? It was because of this change. I used to have a bunch of dedicated captains to run certain classes of certain premium ships, or have suboptimal builds where I shared with a tech tree ship of the same class a captain. And that was really inefficient. When we converted over to this new system, I was able to take a very stern look across my captain spreadsheet and look at all of the captains that were there and identify a whole bunch of redundancies. I must have ground up 15 or maybe 25 captains.
Hey, what's
and
up?
I was able to use all of that extra ground up captain dust to level up other captains in order to get closer to my goals. But it took me taking a holistic look at the entirety of my captain problem space in order to identify those problems. I recommend you guys do the exact same thing. Now, here's another example. A couple of weeks ago, I managed to get the Maxwell Immelmann, a premium tier 10 German aircraft carrier, out of a premium box with this new German battleship event. Take a look at this bad boy. It's really sweet. This is my German CV captain. It's a German Dasha Perova. She's assigned to the Weser, or the Wesser. She's got 11 points. That's my best German CV captain. However, because the Immelmann is a German ship, I can click here and say, let's change the commander out. I have a 21-point captain on my Z52, and I have a 21-point captain on my Kurfürst. Immelmann, being premium, can use either one of those captains. Let's choose the Kurfürst captain just for kicks. And look at this. She's got a full spec that I can choose right here and use all 21 points on my Immelmann rather than having to use an 11-point CV captain from another tier. When I go back to my Kurfürst, if I click on the Kurfürst, I will go and say, give me that captain back. It's the one on the Immelmann. I can click here and check this out. She's got a battleship spec that is built out for the Kurfürst. Please don't critique my Kurfürst build. I don't know if it's optimized or not. This is what I run. You guys do your thing. Anyhow, but you can see what I'm doing here. I can also take that ship or that captain and put her on any number of premium cruisers like my Graf Spee and use 21 points there, or perhaps on my T61 and use 21 points there. Although if my T61 spec is similar enough to my Z52, I might not need to use my Kurfürst captain. Does that start to make sense? How we can use one captain, which earns 21 points one time, on one tech tree ship and any number of premium ships in the other classes, and have unique custom-built specs to support that captain. So absolutely, am I going to use my Immelmann with one of my 21-point captains instead of that 11-point captain from my Wesser? Yes, because when I go into tier 10, I need all the advantages I get, especially me, a guy who's not a very good CV captain. Hopefully that example kind of painted a little bit of a picture for us. Okay, to summarize, here are the key takeaways from this video. It costs almost 3 million captain XP to go from level 0 to 21, and that takes forever. Remember, the halfway point is somewhere between your 17th and 18th point. Your first 21-point captain is the hardest to get. Once you have a 21-point captain, that captain's XP can be used to help level the rest of your captains in a snowball effect. Don't start any new lines with a 0-point captain. Buy one for credits, buy one for coal, buy one for dubs, or unlock one from a mission, campaign, or collection. We need to have a way to organize our captains so that we can look at them in aggregate to understand the full scope of the problem. I use a spreadsheet, and maybe you have your own system, but whatever you do, you need to be able to see all your captains so that you can understand the full scope of this problem and find and correct any inefficiencies with your ship or captain assignments. You should strive to have the fewest captains possible. The goal is to minimize the amount of XP we need to grind and to maximize our captain level across every ship in our ports. The more captains you have, the more XP you have to grind to get everybody up to 21 points. Ideally, you'll have one captain assigned to each tech tree boat and a few special captains dedicated that only go do special premium boats. Make sure you take advantage of the captain rework and utilize your highest level captains across multiple lines whenever you have premium ships. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked what you saw, if you learned something today, hit the video with a like button, tell a friend. That's a
Anybody who's studied history knows that empires fall not in a blaze of glory, but with a whimper. An unstoppable force being quelled by a wet fart. And a dishwasher. I know how bad things really are. But what if you didn't have to work? What if you could complain about work all day without actually working? Well, then maybe you'd be interested in anti-work. r/anti-work was one of the fastest growing subreddits of all time. Starting back in 2019, it amassed well over 1.5 million members by 2022, which is decent until you realize it got over 1 million members in less than a year, which makes it one of the fastest growing subreddits of all time. But unlike other subreddits that get a lot of traction in a short period of time, like a meme subreddit for example, anti-work had a core message that people were rallying around. The basic message was, work should not be a necessity, but a choice, especially in our modern world. Now, ideas of anti-work have been supported for quite a while in a bunch of different works. There are a bunch of videos out there on YouTube that you can watch that explain this idea in more depth, but the point is, it's not a new philosophy, and it's not pulled from nowhere. And whether you agree with it or not, there's no denying that this was a popular sentiment, especially with sweaty nerds who sit in their basement and complain all day. The subreddit started gaining more popularity, and with this it expanded its core values to things like fair wages, better hours, better benefits, and workers' rights. Because these are generally popular things amongst the working class and young adults, it attracted more and more members. But the core message always stayed the same. Abolish work. It's around this time the member number started to skyrocket, and now it's big. So big that they can actually make changes. Wait a minute, this isn't in a normal Reddit video script. One of the big ones was the Kellogg's boycott, where Kellogg's workers went on strike, and Kellogg's just decided to hire more workers instead of paying their old workers a fair wage. Redditors then crashed Kellogg's website with fake applications, and demanded Kellogg's pay their employees more. Kellogg said nope, and then people got even more upset. This got so massive that even the president commented on it. Eventually Kellogg's caved and the workers won, so naturally anti-work took all of the credit for this, and while I don't think they were fully responsible, it was a nice thing to see, and most importantly, it grew grew their numbers even more, which gave them a bit of an ego, to put it lightly. Now, if you've watched this channel before, you'll know that once something gets big enough, it usually goes down the tubes, whether that's in quality or up in flames in a nosedive. Be it arrogance, power struggles, or sheer numbers, it either becomes generic front page trash or it goes up in flames. And surprise, surprise, Antiwork is not an exception. The best way to understand what started going wrong is to think of it like a kingdom of virgins. You have the core castle, and then from there, many factions broke off. In this case, you had the original anti-workers who believe in no working, unless you want to. Then you had the work reformers who simply believe in better workers' rights but don't want to abolish work. You had people who were looking for excuses to be lazy and farm karma, and of course, it wouldn't be Reddit without some Chinese Communist Party shills. Now, there was a lot of infighting amongst these groups, but even worse than that, the fringe minorities of these started to become representative of the entire groups, and combining these all together, Antiwork's public image started to take a bit of a hit. People started complaining about the most trivial shit you could imagine, and there were people who believed that their life that consists of sitting at home all day doing nothing apart from doing chores is too stressful. But one thing did come to unite these factions and bring them together: lying for fake internet points. A marvel of anti-work were these text exchange of people quitting their jobs, usually due to unreasonable demands from their bosses. The top post of all time is actually one of these, and while it is kind of satisfying to read, if it isn't blatantly obvious, it's very fake. But karma breeds more karma. So people started doctoring these fake texts of them quitting their jobs, some of which were like, man, are you even trying to make this believable? But nonetheless, people fell for them, which because of how fake they seemed, and probably were, made them subject to parody like this.
You need to come into work.
I have today off.
Fuck you, I don't care, I'm evil.
Fuck you, dude, I quit. I hope you get eaten by animals.
I'm sending someone to your house to kill you.
Kind of embarrassing the whole anti-work movement in the process. But if you feel no shame at all, you probably frequent Reddit. However, this didn't affect their numbers at all. In fact, it increased traffic to the sub, funnily enough. I guess there's no such thing as bad publicity, showing that even though they'd been humiliated publicly on Twitter, other Reddits, and many other social media platforms, they could take the hit. Or could they? Let's set the stage. Anti-work has been exploding with users and media attention. It's looking like an unstoppable force. But a great empire always asks to do more, to be better, to be greater. And in this case, they'd have to expand their reach. Their goal was to get on a mainstream news outlet. Now, they'd been mentioning this in passing, but this was more than that. They wanted to get a representative of the movement to show their ideas to the world. They had a few small radio and TV gigs here and there, usually limited to local news stations, but nothing serious. And unfortunately, most big news outlets didn't really want to give them a shot. Apart from one, Fox News. The polar opposite of their message, the ultimate enemy of anti-work. But they are one of the biggest news stations in America. Sometimes you have to sleep with an enemy to expand your hubris, but they'd have to send in their best soldier, their David, in order to fight the Goliath of Fox News. So they picked their longest running moderator, somebody who could be a beacon of their message.
I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come.
January 26, 2022. The day of reckoning. They eventually got the spot on Fox News, and, well, let's get into that. Now let's break down this interview because it's a doozy. First off, the man giving the interview, Jesse Waters, Fox News anchor, and while not the top dog, definitely a known face. Now there's a chance you might recognize this guy even if you don't watch Fox News. This is because he conducted the legendary BG Cumby Antifa interview, where he pretended to be an Antifa member, essentially making a mockery of everybody involved, and it's a very funny interview.
Was the horse a racist Trump supporter?
Yes.
But Waters has learned from his mistakes, as you're about to see. He's also known for bringing in these ridiculous characters to make fools of themselves in kind of a trollish way. A red flag for sure, but it's an obstacle they would have to overcome. Hello, my majority male audience. Did you know that 2 out of 3 of you will experience hair loss by the time you're 35? That's where today's sponsor, Keeps, comes into play. Keeps is here to deliver you generic pharmaceutical meds at half the price of the other companies. It'll ship right to your door, and they have 24/7 care and support, so if you're ever having issues or questions, you can always contact them about your hair loss. So you get 50% off your first order. Go to keeps.com/ghostgum or click the link in the description. That's keeps.com/ghostgum. And with that, let's get back into it. Now let's talk about the interviewee, Doreen Ford. Username Abolish Work, Reddit moderator, work hater, and masturbate, coming on to share the message of anti-work with millions of people. She has 2 goals here: preach the message of anti-work and don't get caught in a trap. Pretty simple. So let's go question by question. I'm going to paraphrase it a bit to keep it concise, but if you want to listen to the full interview, the link is in the description. Waters asks, why do you feel you should be getting paid for doing nothing? Doreen gives a very long-winded answer that boils down to, we don't want people to be forced to work in conditions they don't want to, but we are not fully against work. Waters follows up with, well, you're not being forced to work. You can quit whenever you want and get another job, right? He also says,
I don't understand really what this is about, except it sounds like maybe people are just being lazy.
which is followed by,
So I think laziness is a virtue in a society.
laziness is a virtue. Now, it would be very easy for Waters to step in and slam dunk this person right now, but he knows the art of war. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. They then end up moving on to working hours, where Doreen talks about appropriate working hours, to which she states she works 20 to 25 hours a week. Waters asks, what do you do? This is the moment where everybody watching this video collectively facepalmed.
So I would like less work hours.
And what do you do, Doreen?
I'm a dog walker.
A dog walker.
But it gets worse, and while I could describe it, I think it's better if I just show you.
I mean, I would love to teach. I would love to, work with people and stuff like that.
What would you teach, Doreen?
Philosophy mostly. Just
Philosophy.
introduction to philosophy, critical thinking, reason, stuff like that.
Okay.
And the interview ends on this note.
I think this might not be the greatest idea, but who am I to judge? To each their own, they say. It's a free country.
Now, I don't know about you, but this was hard to watch. I have a big stomach for cringe, and this was tough to get through. I've had to watch this many times to make this video, and it never gets easier. Seeing somebody get interviewed on a major news outlet with zero preparation and zero social awareness, taking the bait that everybody knew was coming, and just completely bombing. It really is a historical moment. So word got out on Anti-Work about the Fox News interview, and at first, the mods seemed happy about the job and were actively promoting the interview. The community, however, didn't. But I mean, why are they shocked? One of the Anti-Work moderators went onto an interview doing zero work to prepare for it. Why are you surprised? Now, after this interview, you had one of two reactions. You had a laugh at the insane cringe, or you were angry. And let me tell you, most of the people on Anti-Work were not happy. Remember how I talked about the factions earlier? Well, it turns out a good chunk of these people were not happy with a mod going on Fox News in the first place, either because they don't support Fox News or they knew this would happen. Originally, the mods were quick to remove any comments calling out this disaster of an interview, banning people, removing posts, deleting comments, standard stuff. Although the banning was not very effective and it was very slow, especially when the posts were getting so many upvotes and so much attention. They had a full-blown mutiny on their hands. People with legitimate concerns claiming that this ruined the sub's image. And then there were people going in there to troll. Come on, guys, it's not funny. Okay, it's a little bit funny. People saying that this made them look like lazy, unemployed losers.
There seems all about that.
So they said, fuck it, nuclear option. Subreddit has gone private due to quote-unquote brigading. It was eventually restored with a nice 4-step reopening plan for a subreddit proposed by a 21-year-old unemployed anarchist. You can't write this stuff. I couldn't make this up if I wanted to. They removed the mod who went on Fox News to appeal to the masses and tried to do as much damage control as they could. But unfortunately, the people were fed up. People tried to blame Fox News, saying that they were acting in bad faith. And it's like, yeah, of course they were. A mainstream news outlet acting in bad faith. Wow, this is news to me. With the hardcore censorship going on in the main subreddit, it just fed into the stereotype of the movement. So people did what they did before, split off into factions. But in this case, it meant different subreddits. Well, there were a few that sprung up. One of the biggest ones was r/work reform, created by user Realpol. It was supposed to be anti-work without all the nonsense. It lasted a few days before it was destroyed because of, you guessed it, the mods, who ended up banning the creator of the sub for standing up for democratic principles. So I've been wanting to talk about this for a while, and now I think it's the perfect time. When a subreddit gets an influx of users in a short period of time, it can be difficult for the original owners and mods to keep up with it. So what usually will happen is experienced mods will come and offer a helping hand. Most of these subreddits say yes to help clean up their forum and make things run smoothly. But what happens is they have to give the new mods unchecked powers to do whatever they want. And most experienced mods are power mods. This happens to almost every big subreddit. You ever wonder why every front page subreddit feels exactly the same? Politics, made me smile, am I the asshole, today I fucked up. Because they're all modded by the same group of people. And it doesn't even take a general consensus of the mods. If one mod gives power to another mod, it can completely change the sub. Two good examples are Dark Jokes and Reddit Moment, which are shells of what they used to be due to mod abuse. This exact same thing happened to work reform. Power mods got involved due to the main guy being unable to moderate for over 500,000 people, and I don't blame him, especially when he's making the standard Reddit mod salary. But seeing what the subreddit started to turn into, he got upset. This guy said he believes in freedom of speech and democracy, that even if people disagree with the core message of the sub, they should be allowed to voice their concerns and have discussion. Do you know what happened to him after he voiced this? Well, I kind of spoiled it, but post removed and you're banned. The guy who literally started the subreddit was banned from it, not for disagreeing with the message, but for defying the echo chamber. Now, usually when something this insane happens, it starts some drama, and the biggest drama subreddit was, well, subreddit drama. A few people tried to post this guy's story on the subreddit only for them to be removed. Huh? Well, it turns out that the owner of subreddit drama is buddy-buddy with the owner of Anti-Work and now Work Reform. So any posts trashing Anti-Work or the mods would be removed or archived. Just complete corruption at every level. And, well, that's it. The Anti-Work movement didn't battle it out until the 5th round. It made it to the big leagues and was KO.
Oh, fuck. So all of the power mod thing is literally the reason why Reddit is trash. That is literally
Right at
the
the start of
reason.
the first round. And while it's still up today, the posts are even more pathetic given the circumstances.
Because a small
I'm not
amount of
saying it's dead
people have
forever. Maybe it'll
influenced
come back, but it's in
the
dire
entire
straits. While
site.
Work Reform and all the other split-off subs exist, they're nowhere near as close to what Anti-Work was at its peak. r/Anti-Work, a tale of mods tanking a sub, which at this point should be a Greek epic, given how it's the story arc of so many subreddits. And yeah, I think that's it. I'm not forgetting anything about the mods or the one who went on Fox News. Oh my... Allegedly.
Unless that Napoli turns the fuck around, that shit's not gonna happen.
Congratulations! You disappeared into the smoke. Son, pay attention to the port side.
Oh,
They're
fucking hit.
torpedoes.
Fucking hit. One torp. Battle on. Next. One torp.
Today, we're gonna have a history lesson. So buckle up.
Cashy just told me to have a blessed one. I know it's minor, but for some reason it got under my skin.
Atheists aren't taken seriously as a marginalized.
Why we know them. A banana is yellow. Yeah. But why is it yellow? Now, in your head, picture what you think a stereotypical atheist would look like. Probably something like this. Now, don't be alarmed. You've been trained to think this way. But why is this the case? Well, it's not due to atheism itself. In fact, most atheists you know are probably normal people. You might be one yourself and be a normal human being. But due to a small minority of internet atheists hell-bent on being the most annoying and unlikable people you can imagine, the public image has been completely destroyed. From a public image perspective, atheists went from pondering intellectuals like Richard Dawkins, asking the tough questions, to neckbeard losers who argue with people on the internet all day. But how did it come to this? Well, once we can understand the ancient Reddit atheists, we can understand why it sucks so much today. So let's go back to a simpler time, about 12 years ago. Reddit is a much different... The great chain of being. At the top, we have God. I is below. Today we're not talking about Redditors. I want to focus on the... that are Reddit mods. Now I want to preface this video with, there are some good Reddit mods. Most of them on smaller subreddits are pretty good, but that's not what we're talking about today because that's not interesting. Today, we're talking about Threadlock, cause y'all can't behave. Have a different opinion than us? Say hi to the Banhammer, loser.
Yeah, I ban him.
Now every website needs mods to some extent, obviously. You can't just have people reign free, or else your website might be shut down and you might go to prison. Even sites that are way more not safe for work than Reddit need mods. For example, 4chan and porn sites. Even websites on the fucking dark web need mods, okay? So it is a necessary evil. But for some reason, unlike any other website, Reddit mods seem to be universally hated, even more than Twitch mods. Reddit mods seem to generally operate under vague and convoluted rules, meaning it's easier for them to delete posts or even ban people
Umbrella
for
statements.
quote-unquote breaking the rules.
Blanket.
This is very similar to big platforms
Blanket
such as
rules.
Twitter and YouTube, where the guidelines are, somewhat vague, usually to prevent loopholes, but we'd be lying to ourselves if we didn't say these platforms don't selectively ban people, okay? Reddit mods are more hated because there is a literal personalized account that you can look at and see who banned you. It's much easier to target rage when you actually, have a target. When you get banned or censored on Twitter or YouTube, it's like, well, damn, my post must have got hit with the algorithm. And while this is true for Reddit sometimes, they do have a track record of shadow banning people, most of the time it's mods removing comments or threads from a personal account. Now, I'd like to mention the most unholy of mods. We call it power mods. By definition, that I made up, it's a moderator that controls and creates many subreddits in order to fulfill their hunger for power.
Doesn't have a negative
The reason I
enough
say this
connotation.
is because many of these mods mod hundreds, even thousands of subreddits.
Hungry mods.
The reason they mod so many subs isn't because they want to help out these subreddits and create a good community, but it's because they love the power trip of being a mod of hundreds of subreddits. Realistically, it's not even possible to moderate that many communities effectively, okay?
Yeah.
It's kind of like street cred, but for Reddit, so somehow more pathetic. It's like people who post loads of content specifically to get karma. It's not because they have loads of good, original content. A lot of them are shit posts or reposts or both, but it's because they want loads of those illustrious imaginary internet points. Now there are two mods I want to talk about today that are particularly awful. The first one, Awkward the Turtle. This username reminds me of being in 6th grade and thinking, lol, XD random turtles, so epic. Their karma is larger than the population of Ulaanbaatar and Fiji combined. So pretty dang big. This person mods 2,572 subreddits. You heard that right, 2,572 subreddits. Also, this is as of 2019, so it could be more than that by now. How the fuck does anybody have the time to mod thousands of suds? Now let's play a game at home. How do you mod thousands of subreddits? Is it A, you don't, your name is just there. B, you have literally no life outside of Reddit. Or C, a mixture of both.
Hey, number 9.
Honestly, I don't know,
Nice,
but I'm
what's up?
assuming C. This guy also is known as a sub not C, as he cannot see, thus bans people at random. Here's a dude who got banned from 9...
This is about why Reddit is basically shit. And the short version is a very small amount of people obtain power mod on a lot of fucking subreddits, and then they ban or kick the original author of the subreddit and take control of it because that's what they do. that's their whole goal in life. They're just power hungry and stupid, and they're just shit people, right? That's what they are. Maybe they have lofty goals or altruism somewhere buried in there. But to me, as soon as someone joins a subreddit to kick the original person, that makes them a shitty individual right off the bat, right? Like, because it's just like that person built something and they just came in there to steal it. That's theft. You know what I mean? So, anyways, that's what I'm listening to. So I'm gonna continue the video, and that's the problem with Reddit, and the way that they do it. Like, I don't know if this guy's gonna say it, but they just create lots of accounts and recommend each other's alt accounts until someone gets the power, and then they just grow from there, right? Because once they have one person in, then it's easier for them to get more in, and once they have more in, then it's easier for them to get rid of the original person, and so it becomes critical mass, right? Once you outnumber the original person enough, you can actually complain to themselves, because they're the majority mods in Reddit and members of Reddit, if you will, because that's what they do and that's who they are. And then they just ban that person. And there's varying degrees of that, but I think he's going to talk about it. But basically, Reddit's controlled by a very small amount of people, and that's why it sucks ass.
9 subreddits from him.
With the
If
exception
you
of
look at
small
these
Reddits.
subs, they're all different, for the most part. Meaning, the turtle found this account and banned him from multiple subreddits at the exact same time. Does this mean he banned him because he disliked him? I don't know. Something to think about. But maybe that guy was being racist. You know, we don't know that. Well, let's look at Mad Lads and see what else is being posted there. Turtle Facts. I wonder who's running that. But what did Turtle Facts have to do with Mad Lads? I came here to see crazy dudes doing crazy stuff, not to learn that fucking turtle piss can cause you to become a piss bender, okay? Here's a dude that got banned from Mad Lads for having a different opinion. The response? Dude, just shut the fuck up. Interesting. Does Awkward the Turtle break the rules of the subs they mod? Maybe. Do they purposely make the rules convoluted and vague so they can ban anybody who slightly disagrees with their political opinion? Yes. Are they a power-hungry asshole who let Reddit karma go to their head? 100%.
Yes.
There's another one I'd like to touch on called Gallowboob, who has more karma than Awkward the Turtle. His karma is equivalent to the population of Saudi Arabia. Do these karma and population comparisons make sense? No. Am I going to keep doing them?
Yes.
No, probably not.
Oh, yeah, he is. What the fuck?
This dude,
Why
I
would you
think,
not?
sums up the perfect power mod. He made his name by farming karma through Lay Epic screenshot from Twitter. He also blocks comments who are critical of him, a trait shared by many beloved people throughout history, such as this guy, and even this guy. Because mean words on the internet can hurt people. Many have accused him of deleting posts and reposting them himself for karma. However, I couldn't find any hard evidence for this. What I could find hard evidence for is him creating alternate accounts and bashing people who talk bad about him, also giving himself karma. He's notorious for taking over subs and ruining them with off-topic reposts and using alt accounts to farm karma. However, I think there's one post that sums up power mods perfectly. Gallowboob posts a picture of 2 cars with the caption, "I went shopping for a new car, but fell in love with 2. I ended up getting both." And they said Reddit karma was useless. Who wants to go for a spin? After everybody laughed and made fun of him, he said, quote, "Nerds who don't read comments lost their minds, and that it was a joke." My response to this is, good joke, man. Very funny. You tricked me. Dude, way to flex your internet points, man. That was really good. Very funny. In conclusion, Reddit mods are like politicians. Nobody likes them, but we need them. And fuck power mods. Be sure to subscribe. If you do, I will give you 1 free Reddit gold. If you like the video, make sure to like it. Alright, peace.
It's fixed. It was about time. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead. Congratulations. You disappeared into the smoke.
I would only imagine that this guy has been thoroughly abused to the hilt on fucking Reddit. I can't imagine that he makes this video content and doesn't just catch shit all the time for telling the truth. This is called the Failure of Reddit Island. These are all by Ghost Gumball. So I think Twitch is a little better, right? Like, Twitch is trying to become stupid as fuck, right? Because they got these ban they're trying to create like a ban list, a black list, right? So like if someone's banned on one person's channel, then they want them banned on all channels. That is dumb and evil, right? Like, because that's just like one small group again is going to control everybody, and that's the fucking dumbest, most evilest fucking shit they can ever create, right? Because like first, that's going to apply to like they haven't gone far enough, right, for what they're trying to do. And when I say they, I mean the ominous they, the 1984 stupid fucking idiots who think that like if they control a thing in a good way with a lot of power, that'll never be abused, right? So like, I mean they, the idiots, not they, the people who are actually evilly using it, right? In this example, but that's what they're doing, right? They're just creating more mechanisms so that they can ban people on other channels that they aren't even fucking part of. Like that shit really pisses me off. Like, especially because I know that I personally didn't do anything wrong at all. Zero fucking, never did anything wrong, that I never been told that I did anything wrong, never had any debate. Captain Archer fucking banned me from his thing, never told me why. I contacted him 4 or 5 different ways. His response in every case was just to not respond to me, because he has no legitimate reason for it. He was just being a dick. I don't know why. But it's a real thing. I mean, like, I like the guy. I don't know why he did it, but he did it. And then his ban list got shared with other people. I got banned with some other people, like, for no reason. And so that's why I'm like, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what his deal was. I don't know if like it had nothing to do with him or and it was just like his ban list got applied from other groups, or if he had a sponsor who said like, if someone's in your channel doing X, then you know what I mean? So because he didn't tell me about it, I kind of thought that the third party got in there and got involved and said like, hey, if someone is liking your posts on Twitter and they're also liking this other stuff, then you can't associate with them. That's what I always thought, because one, he never talked to me about it, which means that it was something communicated between him and somebody else. It wasn't between him and I. So, but anyways, I like the guy. He's got a great stream. It's very Star Wars themed. I highly recommend him. I think he's very entertaining. He's out of Las Vegas. He's a great guy. Whatever his personal issues were with me, or whatever third party group that got with him, I would not use that to color him as much as just like, it's a thing that happened and there's a lot of unknowns there, right? But the point of the story is just that once I was banned there, or before I was banned there, then that blanket ban thing started to apply to me. So like, I get on Lord Zat's Twitch, and his stupid for a minute, he had some kind of utilization of one of those bans or something, or maybe talked about it. I can't remember the exact scenario, but one way or the other, I got where I could actually say stuff on his channel finally, and it wasn't an issue. But it was started because of that other bullshit that was unrelated, never seen, never explained, like whatever it was, nothing, right? And so I don't know. It was just really frustrating. IRC admins, oh my fucking god, dude! Those were the worst. Those were the worst. They would obviously, if you have a group of people doing something, you're gonna have people who are both stupid and evil, right? Like that's just some people have those tendencies. And when I say evil, I mean like not like Satan worshipping, fucking devil worshipping evil. I mean they're just doing things to fuck with people. They're trolls, right? I don't mean that they're like Hillary Clinton evil. I mean that they're like fucking Ricky Gervais, or you know, I don't know. I don't think that Ricky Gervais would actually ban someone. I think he would hear what they said, no matter what they said. I feel like he's a freedom of speech guy. I'm not for sure. So it's not like him. I don't know where I'm going with that, but not Ricky Gervais evil, not Hillary Clinton evil, but fucking like just trolls. I don't know what's going on in this match. We've secured this zone. I'm really low on health. I did about 12k damage. I've killed the ship. They got 3 ships left in the match, so I'm trying to stay alive and spot for people. I don't know who's actually spotting the... I'm detected. I'm dead. I came out of my smoke and now I'm dead.
Fighters, a new order. Support fire on the
All right. Well, hopefully someone kills this little pissant DD and we win the match. I don't know. I probably shouldn't have went out of my smoke. I should have waited till a plane spotted him and then shot him from the smoke. But I was distracted. Anyways, rant over. I'm gonna just play the video.
Imagine yourself in paradise. Picture
I'm
the
personally
beautiful
interested in this
beaches,
stuff.
the crystal clear waters, the breeze on your face. You open up your phone. You upvote the first chonker meme you see. Life is perfect. All of this could be possible.
Oh, hang on. Crime statistics are... Dave is responding to 99% of crime comes from those densities. Okay, so he's saying statistics are caused by poverty, not population density. Population density has complicated the relationships of crime that depends on a lot of social context, but poverty is almost universally 100% correlated with higher crime. Okay, yes, poverty and crime are tied together. Poverty and population density are tied together. And so I'm going to make a comment about that. First, I'm going to reply. The population of jobs, the density of jobs. The density of jobs is too easily overmatched by the density of people. Okay. People mostly talk about AI and generative algorithms as the same because generative AI algorithms are the closest we've come to actual AI. We haven't actually... Okay, so he's behind me. He doesn't know he's talking. He's trying to justify why they're doing it, and I'm saying like they shouldn't do that shit at all. That said, the AI revolution is almost certainly going to be awful for all of us. This is not for sure. He says a small group of elites control the economy, while either most or become superfluous, have no jobs, or are kept alive by the government welfare. That's true in every civilization. I don't want to respond to it. I don't think there is anything to say about that. Maybe I would say that we agree that that is the case. Zero or negative social mobility. Everyone just starves to death except owning class. Capitalism already creates this situation now. There is no reason to think that it won't get worse when labor has lower value. It'll accelerate the process already killing our society. Okay. I'm going to comment that UBI is inevitable. So I'm going to say that UBI is inevitable. Eventually, it's going to be a universal basic income because they're going to cut down on how many people need to work, and eventually companies will be fully automated and people will not have to work. And this is like all futuristic things, right? So it's going to matter like how we facilitate it, by and large. Like, if there's no anticipation and it just happens, a lot of people are going to die and starve and not have income and not be able to receive goods. If it is done in a way such that companies are recognized as they're treated like entities, even though they aren't people, and they pay taxes and they are solely taxed because other people aren't making money. Like basically, if the loop is broken between companies paying investors and companies paying taxes, as long as like companies actually pay taxes, then because they'll be the only ones working, they'll be the only ones generating income. Then it would work. The Industrial Revolution created new jobs, though, creating a feedback loop. No. Okay, so he's a little bit behind on his history. Every revolution that we ever had, like the Industrial Revolution, when we switched from hunter-gatherers, it's always been the same thing where we reduce the amount of work that we have to do to get food. It's never been anything but that. That is always how it has been. It's like it wouldn't happen if it wasn't that. You know what I mean? People tend to try to make things easier on themselves, not harder, and that's why that is. And the same thing with automation, the same thing with AI, it's the same thing. I don't know so many people in this match know where the hell I am. This should not be happening. We're not going to be able to take A. Those guys are way out there. This is actually where I'm trying to fight, is I gotta kill this Yamato, basically. I don't know how we're gonna kill this Yamato, because my team's pussies. There they are, they're both pussies. Kearsarge is coming out aggressively. That's the opposite. He's probably gonna do really well. Hopefully he kills this Yamato. He's gonna need help doing it though. Right now I can spot, but I can't smoke. I'm probably gonna die. This Yamato is playing really stupid. It's glorious. I might be able to sneak around and get back into C. I want to play that Reddit video. I don't want to argue with... Yeah. I guess I'm going to drop the issue with David. Because I think he's talking about some things and he's thinking about them a lot differently than I am. And I think that there's like... more discussion to be had there, and he's probably got some things to teach me, and I've got some things to definitely teach him, from what I can tell. But I think it's hard to do that in text. Okay, this Yamato's dead. Sweet. Alright, my smoke's still up. That guy knows where I am, but I'm in my smoke, so I'm good. My speed boost is still up. I should be able to get to C and cap that shit real quick. So we're gonna, I think the match is taken care of. I'm gonna go back to the Reddit.
With your help, we can create a paradise with no TikTokers, no Instagrammers, and monuments to both Keanu Reeves and Elon Musk. A society of only Redditors. Welcome to Reddit Island. This was an actual thing they tried to make happen. Believe it or not, the concept of a Reddit island has been out there for quite a while now. The idea revolves around getting a bunch of Redditors together, gathering a bunch of money, and buying a private island to call your own. If you disregard building infrastructure, having an economy, and having a gender ratio of 99 men to 1 woman, a Reddit island might be possible. Now, there are 2 separate cases of this attempting to happen. One that was started all the way back in 2010, and one that was started in 2021. For the sake of this video, we're going to be focusing on the newest one, as the 2010 island project was a bit unremarkable. It didn't really go anywhere, and nothing came of it, apart from the abandoned subreddit, which exists as kind of a time capsule to old Reddit, if you will. Oh, and a Gawker article dating back to 2012, in which the author of this piece states, "There are few places on Earth I could imagine wanting to spend time less than a remote island populated solely by hundreds of hardcore users of the social news site Reddit." I didn't think I would ever say this, but Gawker kinda hit the nail on the head there. The subreddit was mostly concerned with actual logistical issues and the practicality of the idea. Spoiler alert, something you won't see in the new one. The 2010 Reddit island, likely due to a lack of direction, leadership, and organization, was abandoned in 2016, likely around the time they realized that this wasn't as easy as they thought it would be. Some of the obvious issues in regards to buying a private island in which you want to build a community on are economy.
Okay, here's a $10 bill. This is garbage. This is garbage.
Infrastructure, and opportunity. What the new Reddit island could do is take one of two paths. Learn from the mistakes and actually try to make this work, or say fuck it and dive balls first into building a society with no plan. I'm sure you can guess which path they took. Saying it didn't go well would be like saying a tsunami is just a splash of water. A complete understatement. The earliest traces of this new island plan can be found where all failures can be found, r/memes. A photo was posted by user Mr. No Name is Here on April 30th. The message was communicated via a Spider-Man presentation meme and stated the following: if Redditors wanted to, they would join together and buy an island for the meme. The top comment on this post points out that Reddit islands already exist and are in fact a US territory. However, they fail to mention the islands that aren't US territories, which would be perfect for a Reddit island. Regardless, that didn't stop the upvotes and Reddit gold from coming in. Seeing the success of the GME fiasco, maybe one could say these Redditors were being cocky. And you'd be right to say so. Soon after, a subreddit was created with the name r/Reddit_island, not to be confused with the old one, r/Reddit Island. What followed was essentially a propaganda campaign to get people to flock to the subreddit, and it kinda worked. The subreddit as of now has over 24,000 members, but there was a big problem, and it wasn't whether to buy a town or an island. It was,
2 years old.
Where do we go from here?
2020.
We have all these bad memes and Redditors, but no direction. People started spitballing some ideas on where they could go. One suggested that Elon Musk should fund the island, because he's a billionaire who uses Reddit.
What in the goddamn?
This was again suggested through one of those presentation memes. It seemed like this idea was a shot in the dark until... Hang on. What's this? The official Elon Musk Reddit account messaged one of the mods and wants to chat. Oh my god. This could actually happen. So while they attempted to secure funding via Elon, like every startup crypto on Twitter, the other Redditors got to work on where to go. Somebody suggests that they move to the Pitcairn Islands, a British protectorate of islands known for... oh dear. Anyway, the Pitcairn Islands have a population of only 47. So if the Redditors were to move there, they could simply outvote the population and claim it as their own. In fact, this picture of Jim from The Office pointing at his fucking whiteboard was the most upvoted post on the subreddit in regards to moving, anyway. Side note, how are these stupid presentation board memes even considered memes? They're not funny, there's no joke. What's the point? You just type it out at once. All it does is make you look like a smug. This seemed foolproof, right? Wrong! Two big problems with this idea. One, you'd need to obtain some sort of citizenship to vote. You can't just walk into some place and outvote the population, or else we'd all be speaking Mandarin. And if you were to somehow take over the island, Pitcairn Island is a territory of the UK, and I'm sure they'd have something to say about that. Two, the Pitcairn Islands are in the middle of fucking nowhere, with conditions less than ideal for living life. It's also inaccessible by plane, so you'd likely need a private boat with a skilled crew to even get there. Although from this footage it looks nice, most of it's uninhabitable. It looks like it's ripped straight from Far Cry 3 actually, now that I think about it. Imagine if Reddit Island turned into Far Cry 3. The good ending. The Pitcairn Islands seemed to be the popular choice, even if it didn't make sense logistically, economically, geographically, you get the goddamn point. Unfortunately though, even with all the brainstorming, the whole plan had no vision and seemed to only be half serious. Until one day. One glorious day, somebody under the name Island Owner Alt claimed they had inherited a private island from their grandfather, who'd bought it 40 years ago, and he wanted to expand it. He made a simple offer. If the Redditors could give him the money to cover the construction, transportation, and legal costs, he would make this island an island of Redditors. The mods saw this post and the popularity it got and gave him mod. He must have successfully sold them on his pitch. He now has the mod approval, and we all know Reddit mods are never total idiots. To many, this looks somewhat legit now that it had an actual sense of organization. They dubbed this guy the Messiah. Good God, really? A little later in the day, Island Owner Alt makes another now deleted post claiming that this is possible, but they need funding. So if they donate to him, this can become a reality. Also, if they donate to his PayPal, they'll have their Reddit usernames engraved onto a plaque. Remember, they still have that Elon contact, so he can just reimburse them. What could possibly go wrong? Even after all of this, some people were skeptical, like this rational person, I mean hater, but fear not, Island Owner Alt was here to provide proof for the skeptics who dare question the Messiah. He was gonna prove the doubters wrong, and all the people who donated to him, right. He showed where the island is, right here off the main island in Cuba. He provided pictures from the island, and a reverse image search shows these pictures were not taken from Google Images. And just in case you still had any doubts, he showed the deed to the island, which his grandfather had passed down to him. 100% proof that this is real. Holy shit. Let's send in all the money. But hold on, while you're doing that, I just want to talk about some stuff here. There are some issues. These pictures can be found on Google Maps if you go to said island. Okay, but he showed the deed, right? I'm still getting my name on the plaque, right? Well, take a look at this deed. Notice anything off about it? The title is in Spanish, but the text is all in English. That's odd for a document from the Cuban government, a country where they only have one national language, Spanish. Doesn't seem very official. Speaking of official, the document has no government seal or stamp on it either. Also, the latitude and longitude coordinates from the deed and the picture he showed don't match up. This guy also claimed that his grandpa bought the private island in Cuba around 40 years ago, but Cuba is a communist country, meaning that there is no private land ownership. Private property wasn't allowed in Cuba until 2018, meaning either his grandpa had some sort of in with the government, or the jigsaw is falling into place. Also, another thing, this guy is taking donations, of any non-specified amount I should add, via PayPal. But PayPal doesn't operate in Cuba, meaning he has to be stationed in somewhere that is not Cuba. Weird considering he said he'd be using the money for services on the island located in Cuba. At this point, it seemed like Reddit did its thing and essentially gave their money to Lyle Landley in exchange for nothing. But I hear you saying, this could all be a coincidence. There's still hope, right? We can still pull this off. Well, just in case you needed any more proof, take it from the horse's mouth. Island Owner Alt made a post with a simple caption, "Thanks for the money, suckers." And in the comments, he claimed he wouldn't refund them. But wait, they still have contacts with Elon. He'll be the one to save them. Turns out that was a fake screenshot from a mod who tried to justify it as an honest mistake. It clearly was not honest in any way.
Liar, liar, plants for hire.
And with that final blow and one last presentation meme came the end of Reddit Island. Kind of, but we'll get into that a bit later. First, let's get into the aftermath. In that same thread, people were claiming they were going to sue Island Owner Alt, and he's going to be arrested for fraud. While I don't know if he'll be arrested, this is an important note. This tells me that people certainly donated money to this, and if this guy's internet rage is anything to go off of, it might have been a lot of money. There have been multiple claims floating around about the amount, like this one guy who claimed to have donated over $30,000. Insane, but probably fake. Some people agreed that he would have taken around $700, which seems a bit more believable, but again, I haven't seen any solid proof of this. There's no way to know what's true in this case. Either way, I think we can comfortably say people got scammed here. This was clearly a failure for almost everyone. But what if it didn't have to be this way? Let's say, for the sake of argument, this actually went through. Let's say in some miracle world, Reddit bought an island and managed to get a bunch of people to move there. Then what? We could make an exclusive subreddit for island members? Yeah, I have a feeling this might not have been thought out very well. Who would even lead the island anyway?
Yo, we're coming at you live from Camp Wawanakwa.
In my opinion, best case scenario, Lord of the Flies. Worst case scenario, everyone dies from lack of food, water, and shelter.
What kind of place is this?
But in a way, I kind of get the appeal. There is something kind of interesting about just getting up and leaving, isolating away from society, then advocating for a nature-based form of anarchism and opposing the Industrial Revolution. Wait, no, not that last part. Which leads me into my thoughts on the whole thing. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I'm a little conflicted. On one hand, yeah, this guy scammed people after he promised something to them, and he might have committed a crime. On the other hand, come on, did you actually think you were getting an island? I mean, it's not like this guy scammed some scared old lady with dementia who doesn't understand technology. Kids, stop buying V-Bucks and start buying an island with your mom's credit card. It's kind of like the Darwin Awards, where if you take the context out of it and don't provide details, yeah, it's a bad thing.
Oh, he did.
But if you put in the context and give some backstory, there is some kind of comedy there. Did this guy commit a crime? Probably. Are these people naive for donating to this? Yeah! I find it hard to feel bad for people who were dumb enough to donate to someone like this with zero proof. And the mods are somewhat to blame for modding this guy despite that. But the story doesn't end there. You'd assume the idea of a Reddit island is essentially
that hard to figure out.
There have been 2 attempts and both have failed. But what if I told you there are some secret underground operations that I have exclusive access to get a 3rd Reddit island going? Like the 3rd Madagascar movie that nobody remembers. There are subreddits set up now from the remainder of the Reddit Island people like this one. Reddit Island Reborn. And this one promises to work. They even said they were going to build a theme park called Meme Land when they got there. They can't fail.
Ha! Never heard that one before.
They also set up an official website. And this time, they have an official team working on there. Consisting of...
How is he not dead?
That. They have a frequently asked questions page. We can check there to learn more. But don't fret. They're taking donations. This isn't a money pit like the last 2. And 2 days after donations were enabled, they were disabled. Listen, guys. I'm going to be straight up with you. If you for some reason have any hope that this is going to work, I have a message for you.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy.
Hey, thanks for making it to the end of the video. Shout out to my patrons on screen. Mwah, mwah. Love you very much. I want to apologize for getting this video out so late. There was so much information on this topic that when I was making the video, new stuff kept coming out, and then I had to cut a bunch of it, and then, you know, there's so much going on there. So, if you guys want, if you have any questions, further questions about what happened, I was thinking about making a second channel video where I just kind of explain it, you know, maybe minimal editing, just going into that kind of stuff. And yeah, if that interests you at all, that'll be there. I also got into contact with Island Owner Alt before his account got suspended, which it is now at the time of recording. So I can probably release some of the details of that. It was a very brief exchange, but if that interests you at all, that will likely be on the second channel if it does come out. If you have any further ideas for videos or stuff you want me to cover, or, you know, interesting things, let me know in the comments. I'm always looking for new ideas. So if you guys have anything you want me to cover in particular, let me know. I think that's it. Bye.
I don't know what he's talking about. He said something about Singapore being politically weird and capitalist totalitarian welfare state. Like, it's a country, dude. They're supporting their poor and they're taxing their citizens. Like, I don't know. I think that it's going to become like Kuwait. I think that Singapore is going to become like Kuwait, where they're paying their citizens to marry, they're paying their citizens to stay, they're paying their citizens to have kids. Like, I think it's just going to be a matter of just you live there, and they accrue so much in taxes from the companies that are automated there that they can just afford to pay their citizens a whole bunch. I don't. See, they're the opposite of the U.S., right? The U.S. is a debt nation, and Singapore is transitioning into a profitable nation. Like, I'm not saying they don't have issues. They do. They have a ton of issues. Garbage is like one of their big issues. They actually have some really bad plans for solutions for it that they've implemented and that they've been implementing that at the time seemed good. But, I mean, basically, you can only bury trash so much. Like anyone that's talking about a trash solution and goes to like burying it, that's not an actual solution. It's you can come up with more advanced ways to bury trash, and you can get rid of trash that way effectively for a limited amount of time. It's finite. Whereas reclamation is an actual solution to that problem. And they're not as far as I've ever seen, Singapore is not headed for reclamation yet. I think there are programs there that are working on it, but I think right now they're still dabbling in just burying it. More advanced ways to bury it. And that's probably the main issue with Singapore right now that I know of. But yeah, I mean they have taxes, and they have citizens that are on welfare effectively, and they also have a working class, specialist class, investor class. It's the same. It's a nice microcosm to see what's going to happen when you add automation to an area, though. That's what I really like about it. Okay, so there's this Ruprecht I'm going to kind of stalk. I imagine that there's another DD here who's not going to like let this just happen. But hopefully he stays within 9 of me and I can torp him. Despite not being a legitimate torp boat, I can still torp this guy. He's actually just kind of a target, so I don't think I'm the one spotting him, so I'm just going to open up on him. I should have smoked first. Okay, so another DD is going to torp him, the Kamikaze. And once we've killed that guy, we basically own B. This is our property now, and they can't do anything about it. They have a battleship that's on the way.
You disappeared into the smoke.
The Rook. We already own this property, though, and I think that there's more concern going on. Well, you know what? I think I will fuck with this dude. This Rook is the only thing in between us and their carrier. So in theory, if I can just take him out, if I stalk him and take him out, because there's no DD over here to fight me that I can see, then I can take out the carrier. And once I take out the carrier, victory will be assured. Okay, so we're at 9.5. .7. Something's detected me. It's that DD behind me.
All stations, protect that target. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
Okay, I need to turn hard. I don't want to get spotted. 6.4 is my spot. This guy's in the smoke. He's trying to close on me. I'm going to get on the opposite side of this island.
Thank you, son. You are a real captain.
I thought I was going to help more on C, but it looks like maybe I can be more helpful on A. A's got a Michelangelo and a dangerous DD. And then there's a dangerous DD behind me that's in that smoke. My Torps fucking missed him? Are you serious? Okay. Looks like we need to make another swipe at that dude. I think my Torp range is 9. 9.2. Okay. It looks like their DD is getting fucked up. We got a battleship and a DD on it. He's dead.
Torpedoes on the left, son.
I think we're actually faster than these torpedoes, so... I don't know how we're being shot.
Light a cigar. Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down.
Okay. Colorado's almost dead. There's one DD left over here. There's one DD coming. The one that is coming is kind of a concern.
It disappeared into the smoke.
I don't know what that guy's doing out there, but I don't think he's actually gonna head over this way. I don't know how he's shooting at me. Oh, because there's planes. Alright, so that...
Son, the engine is out of order.
The carrier is making problems for me.
Reporting the position of a strategic target. It's fixed. It was about time.
Yeah, the carrier's going for me pretty hard. Alright. The carrier's going for me pretty hard, but the carrier's pretty vulnerable because his battleship posted up.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
So I'm gonna go for the carrier really hard because he's a fucking asshole. I want to see another video by Gumball. I like this guy, Ghost Gun, I mean. Okay, this guy moved in a lot closer than I thought he had.
It's fixed. It was about time.
I thought I was just gonna wreck this guy, no issue. Apparently I've got to deal with this battleship.
The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
Okay. If anybody still wants to fight, they'll have to catch up. Alright, they're still detecting me, and they're still after me. But I'm still gonna hunt down that fucking carrier and fuck them over. There's 2 battleships down there, so maybe I need to help my team. Nope, we're dead. We lost. That was game. Shit. That was game. Our team just wiped. I have no idea why, but they did. I didn't get to that carrier fast enough, maybe. I didn't kill this rook that I meant to kill. Am I the thing that spotted him?
Light a cigar.
Yeah, I'm with spotting him.
You were left alone, son. I do not allow you to fail this mission. Congratulations! You disappeared into the smoke. Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down.
I'm spotted, therefore dead. Yep. Oh. Their carrier was spotting our DDs, and ours wasn't spotting theirs, I guess. So that was the difference. Battle on. All right, what's Ghost Scum got? He's got newer videos, right? Reddit Revolution.
Reddit is one of the most visited places on the entire web. It's been essential in online discourse and is the self-proclaimed front page of the internet. It is also one of the most reviled places with one of the most despised user bases and mod team. I mean, calling somebody a Redditor at this point is just an insult. But all this might be gone shortly as it seems. Reddit has been self-imploding, and while it hasn't hit Twitch levels, it's certainly not on the right path. From corruption behind the scenes, mods blacking out thousands of subreddits following company decisions, and an admin team who doesn't seem to care about anything but making money. Now, for those in the know, Reddit users have always had a bad reputation, even if you go back like 10 years. Just not what you might think nowadays. Back in the day, it was edgy neckbeards who used Reddit. These were the types to complain about
Is this
the
gonna be
Big
about the
Bang
blackout?
Theory was nerd
Because that shit's not going
blackface.
to work.
Now it's full of sanitized,
Reddit will just kick those
same-speak
mods and put
circle
whoever they want in
jerkers who will
charge.
go above and beyond to show that they're a good person by getting validation from strangers on the internet. What both
Reddit
of these
is
groups of
literally
people
fake
have in
news,
common
right? It's
is
just
that
like-
they are terminally online. They have no beliefs of their own, they just follow whatever's trending at that exact moment. It's actually kind of two sides of the same coin here. You
As
see,
far as the
Reddit
news
is an
goes.
echo chamber by default through its karma and upvoting system. The
Yeah.
idea that good quality things will be upvoted, whereas bad quality things will be downvoted, works on paper, but all it does is create a circle jerk of people who want to hoard as much karma and Reddit points as possible. So they say the most agreeable shit to get upvoted. People are so scared of downvotes that they'll start comments with, "I know I'm gonna be downvoted," then say something like, "Water is good for you." Now, if you're a rebel and say, "I don't care about downvotes because I'm going to do what I want," guess what? Some Reddits have a minimum karma requirement. So if you don't get enough upvotes, you literally can't post there.
Yep.
Okay, so let's say you're a good boy, you get your updoots, and then you choose to rebel a bit. Well, that still won't save you from being banned for literally no reason at all, even if you've done nothing wrong. Because no matter what you do or say, at the end of the day, the mods get their way.
It's true.
I believe that Reddit users have the second worst reputation on the internet, only to be surpassed by Reddit mods, who actually have the worst reputation on the internet. Literally, my first video to pop off on this channel was just me complaining about Reddit mods. And geez, I've learned a lot since then. I actually got in contact with a former Reddit power mod to shed light on behind the scenes stuff going on at Reddit. And the results probably won't shock you. See, Reddit mods never really get respect from anybody, and they've never gotten it even in the early days of Reddit. There
that was
are
never gonna
good
happen.
mods who just want to improve communities that they've been a part of from the onset, but unfortunately the majority of them deserve the reputation they have. I say the words Reddit and mod in the same sentence, and your brain probably comes up with an image like this. Now, the most hated Reddit mods seem to be on all the mainstream subreddits, anything you'd find on the front page or that's suggested to you when you make an account. A good example of this is Awkward the Turtle, who's been discussed on this channel before. He's a power mod that moderates thousands of subreddits and is also one of the most insufferable users on the website, responsible for the destruction of many a good subreddits. But he's not the only one like this. There is a quote-unquote elite group of moderators who are given powers over tons of massive subreddits. These are people who spend all day moderating. Do you
Where the
ever
hell's my
wonder why
fucking
most
team?
big subreddits feel the same, or why small subreddits that get big just end up becoming like the big subreddits? Same overused jokes, same attitude towards things, same feeling of sanitized nothingness. It's because they're all moderated by the same people. Even smaller subreddits that get big tend to get ruined because they'll bring in these power mods who inevitably just ruin it, because most of these moderators on small subreddits actually have lives. Or these mods will hook up their other mod friends with positions on these new up-and-coming subs. And in
you
the
got
process,
no
ruin them.
allies
But there's
around.
still some questions I had about these people. The first one is, how the fuck do they have time to police all this shit on the internet? I mean, most people who work normal jobs can't just be on Reddit all day. But the answer is really just, that's literally all they do. A lot of power mods don't have lives outside of Reddit. They're a stay-at-home husband or wife, they're living off disability and getting money from that. And yes, some of them don't have an excuse, they're just unemployed and lazy, and that's all they do is moderate Reddit all day. And in the best case scenario, they have very passive jobs that they can just...
It's not even just Reddit, right? It's like that on every website, right? Because it's Wikipedia is the same thing. If you post, I posted an article that had been repeatedly knocked down by a dude who lives there for cell phone addiction, right? This was in the early years when cell phone addiction was like just starting, and it was before, you know, TikTok and all that other shit, right? And you couldn't make a page named cell phone addiction. They just, one of these fucking neckbeards, or I guess that I'm kind of a neckbeard myself these days, would just get on there and live there and just moderate that shit. Just fucking, nope, you can't have that, you can't have this, you can't have that. And that's what they do. It's not just Reddit. Reddit's just
be
the
on
worst.
Reddit all day.
Egregious.
It really is as sad as it sounds. But you're thinking, if you have all this free time, why do something you're not getting paid for? And as weird as it sounds, do you get paid for doing things you find fun? Probably not. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Temu. Temu is an online Twitch. $5 retail. The way these people moderate Reddit, as sad as it is, they love the power of it. They love being able to ban somebody for making fun of them. I mean, why else would you work for free? And because it's such a corrupt system, they'll face no repercussions from their fellow moderator buddies, which is also what was mentioned to me. Part of it is a social thing. Because these people are home all day, Reddit mods end up hanging out with other Reddit mods and discuss moderating, I guess. And Reddit loves these people. They need these people because they literally do their job for free. I know it's a meme, oh, they do it for free, but no, they literally do it for free. So there's no incentive to get rid of them, especially when Reddit is trying to attract more advertisers and grow as a company. Reddit is rumored to be going public as a company by the end of 2023, so it's a symbiotic relationship. Reddit gives the mods a green light to ban whatever they want with no explanation, thus keeping controversy off their platform, and the mods get to live out their power fantasy by doing so.
Right over there
It
and
seems
fucking wreck that
lately
dude.
Reddit has been making these mods unhappy, which despite how much I make fun of Reddit mods and I know people just can't stand them, this is not a good decision by Reddit. Or is it? Reddit recently had a blackout due to changes made by the higher-ups. To keep it short, they wanted to charge third-party apps ridiculous amounts of money to use their API. So much money that none of these apps could afford it, thus making them go bankrupt.
I declare...
In layman terms, you couldn't get on Reddit through these apps without paying Reddit a ridiculous amount of money. Like, the estimates going around are around $20 million a year. Without the API, these apps don't exist. But the amount was so high, it was basically Reddit saying, you can still technically exist, but you have to pay us so much money that you'll have none left to exist, if you have the money in the first place. A lot of these apps were used by mods to, well, help them mod. Many people saw this as a greedy move by Reddit.
I like money.
Mods of thousands of subreddits went private for 48 hours, which really
Okay,
shook
did ya?
things up. It even crashed Reddit for a bit. And after ruining the user experience for most people who had no idea what was going on, I mean, how am I supposed to get up in the morning, have my coffee, and not look at r/funny? Are you seeing the quality of the posts on screen right now? Now, it isn't the first time this has happened. In fact, there was a controversy with an employee Reddit hired who was an ex-mod and UK politician, Amy Chandler, who goes by Amy Knight now, but to make it less confusing, we'll go by her name at the time, and you'll see why.
Politician
in a minute. Basically,
and
she was
Reddit
a politician in the UK who was hired onto the Reddit admin team. So some Redditors
Reddit
did a background check on her, and
Jeez.
they found some pretty fucking disgusting things about her father, who was charged with this. Amy then went on to nominate him as her election agent after all this had happened. To make it even worse, her husband literally admitted to having EDP-esque fantasies, which I'm not gonna go into, but you can look it up, and it's sick shit. This is the person Reddit hired. But the twist is, to protect this person, Reddit banned literally anybody talking about her under the guise of harassment. In fact, it got so bad that Reddit banned people for literally mentioning her name in a comment. So if you just commented Amy Chandler on a post, your comment would be removed and you might even be banned. In response to this, mods made subreddits go private and protest, and it actually worked. Reddit fixed their mistake and all was right.
We are deeply sorry.
They let go of Amy and released this kind of half-assed apology, but whatever, we're here now. But this most recent blackout is different because it's not done by accident or to protect somebody. It's done for money. Reddit wants to shut down these third-party apps to make more money, which maybe if the blackout was indefinite, Reddit would consider reversing course, but I doubt they'll do it, especially because most people will forget about this in like a week from now when most of the subreddits are up and running like nothing happened, unless they black out again. I mean, how many people still mention the Amy Chandler thing? Not a lot. I know Reddit mods can be pathetic, but man, I'm not sure how long Reddit can keep pissing them off. They literally have free voluntary labor and are managing to ruin it. All they have to do is let these people go on their power trips in peace. It doesn't look good for a company about to go public to have multiple day blackouts due to user protest. But it seems Reddit has taken the business over practicality model. This is when you have people who have no idea how a business works, but they're brought in to just make the company money, doing that from a traditional business standpoint. Or people who work there are told what to do by said people who are brought in, regardless of their experience or judgment. If you want to see how well this works, just look at FaZe Clan and Twitch. Both of those things are in the fucking shitter. So if this continues, we may have a Reddit exodus. If Reddit keeps fucking up, the users might leave. Now, for all those who are cheering the downfall of Reddit, be careful what you wish for. Yes, it would be very funny if people left Reddit out of protest, but remember when Tumblr lost its user base? I do because I made a video on it. Its users went from Tumblr to Reddit and Twitter, thus making those platforms more like Tumblr. Twitter is already bad. Do we want to make it worse by adding more Redditors to the equation?
That is a whole fucking smear
is a fraction
of shit that I don't
what
care
Reddit
about.
is today.
No one even knows what
Reddit
Tumblr is anymore, right?
Massive.
Like,
So a
who
potential
cares if
exodus
something's like
could
it?
mean the entire social media scape changing, and most likely for the worst.
His proposal was to just let the power mods power mod? What the fuck happened to Gumball in like 3 years? Oop, radar. Why can't I hit this guy? Fucking die already. Jesus. I mean, it's just a carrier left, so let's go. There we go. All right. I don't know. That's weird. I mean, I don't know how you snake dick it, but I think you snake dick it by calling it mod fraud, right? The idea that they're moderating content and when they're actually just abusing people is mod fraud to me. And because it rhymes, like, I think that's what I would fucking call it. Like, I don't know. I think he calls it power modding, but to me it's mod fraud. It's just you're advertising that you're doing one thing, but what you're actually doing is just pushing an agenda. You're protecting the community, but you're actually just controlling dialogue. I don't know. I think I'm done with Gumball though, or Ghost Gum, not Gumball, Ghost Gum, I guess his name is. I think he was cool, and then all of a sudden I caught up with like the last year, and now he's like, I don't know, he's like bought off, or he's become mod, so you can't bash them as much or something. He's like become the thing that he was originally criticizing, right? It's like, I don't know. This guy's kind of icky. He's got the ick all over him.
The January 6th insurrection is an event so egregious that it brings grown newsreaders to tears. Why? Because that Capitol building is a sacred space. But if it is so sacred and full of such valor and honor, that right now as the globe appears to be lurching from crisis to crisis, as trust dissipates and disintegrates...
Okay, I gotta tell you what I did. I snapped the video forward. He's talking about, he's gonna pitch himself, and then I'm gonna bring it back in. And this is Russell Brand on YouTube.
Government demonetize us, don't ya? We need
Seems like a full-on nutter, but if you listen to him, like, he just points out shit after shit after shit that's real and happening.
Like this corruption. You're all aware that the January 6th protests have been utilized to introduce new laws and create all sorts of exploitation, demonize half of the American population, and create many anti-democratic measures in the name of democracy. Sometimes reducing newsreaders to tears simply discussing it. Oh, January 6th, it was so terrible. Do you remember when they stayed within the velvet ropes? Do you remember that man that had a buffalo hat on? Oh, it's all too terrible. Now, I believe in peace. I believe in treating one another with love and respect at all times, and any revolution that we undertake must be a peaceful and respectful one. But nevertheless, I think this incident has been exploited, particularly by a political class that uses the information they gain within Congress and the Senate to create opportunities for themselves and their families. We've got a report on that. It's disgusting, as well as more hypocrisy from within the establishment as they continue to exploit January the 6th to demonize half the population and control media narratives.
For known, I'm going to try to get through this. Thank you.
So I'm just going to try and get through the rest of this video. It's just so terrible that some protest... They had signs, man. Some of them like Donald Trump. I saw a cap. It was red. I think it was red.
For what you did 3 years ago today.
Frivolous clip in a way, but also demonstrates how emotive, emotional and hysterical the coverage of that event has become. It's become a cultural artifact deployed in order to generate emotion. In a sense, that newsreader is simply playing his part, doing what's required of him. That's not a rational perspective, and yet rationalism is always what's used to decry and criticise the supporters of what are known as the MAGA right. If rationalism is what opposes it, then don't sob. And this goes way beyond lachrymose newsreaders. DC attorney Matthew Graves is saying that not only participants in the protest or insurrection, use whatever word suits you, on January 6th ought to be prosecuted, but people just in the general environment. Also anyone that uses the phrase January 6th. But what do I call the day before January 7th? You goddamn Trump voting MAGA loving son of a bitch, you? Okay, I'm just gonna go from January 5th. Can't we just have a leap year? What are you leaping over? A trucker protest in Canada? Oh God, I promised myself I would finish this video. I can't get through it.
An important note when it comes to our prosecutions about those who remained outside the building. We have used our prosecutorial discretion to primarily focus on those who entered the building or those who engaged in violent or corrupt conduct on Capitol grounds.
Like this piece of violent conduct pointed out by Norm Macdonald, God rest his soul. There's clearly a degree of hysteria, and usually, don't you find, but when there's this much emotive packaging, this much amplification, it's in order to utilise either some new legislation or to promote a particular aspect of an electoral campaign, or really to legitimise democracy itself. Because when you look at it really, and this is the first thing that occurred to me, I'm not trying to act like, oh, look at me, I've got such great instincts. Straight away, I thought, why are you so outraged that building has been impeached, when for me that building is itself a symbol of corruption? I don't see that as that's where Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. All I've ever known is the state is corrupt, you cannot trust the media. That's all I've ever known. So for me, I don't see that and think, oh my God, and start sobbing, because I see the state not as my representative, but as our shared oppressors. And whether you're right there on the BLM side of things, or over here on the Jan 6 Trump side of things, you've got more in common with one another than you have of the occupants of those buildings who are using information gleaned from their privileged position within the political establishment to make bets on the stock market, enrich themselves, and create a bigger gap than ever between them and you. And you all exist in one vast herd, and they might appeal to your political beliefs if you're on this side or that side of the basically imagined aisle, but when it comes to the crunch, they're all in it together, investing in stocks and shares, accruing personal wealth, and ultimately concealing the true source of power, which is ulterior, way, way, way down deep in the deep state, or way up high in rarefied corporate air, inaccessible to us anonymous figures who aren't bold or ridiculous enough to present themselves as powerful, in my opinion. Let me know in the chat in the comments if that's how you think it works.
But if a person knowingly entered the restricted area without authorization, they had already committed a federal crime. Make no mistake, thousands of people occupied an area that they were not authorized to be present in the first place.
Trespass. That's the crime we're discussing. So what's the worst crime? Trespass, or using your privileged position as a member of Congress to plainly invest in stocks and shares that you have information about that you can use to enrich yourself, while all the time
I am a gunboat
terrible transgression took place on
DD, playing like a tortboat DD.
The crime of robbing a bank
This
to
is
the
the
crime
problem.
of another bank being opened. Well, it'd be brilliant if someone would open a bank near you, I bet, because you can't get no banks or doctors or anything, because infrastructure
Exit
is
the
collapsing
battle.
everywhere, because all of the resources, power and wealth are being sucked upwards. You're watching it happen. We're all watching it happen. They're participating in it, legitimizing it, and then saying that the problem is each other. We've got to get over this, guys.
Okay,
now,
so
let's
we got
investigate
100K.
Just exactly how people
We got
in Congress
100K,
are benefiting from these ludicrous,
Captain
outrageous
XP.
investments. The US Congress once again outperformed the stock market in 2023, according to new analysis by financial platform Unusual Whales. That in itself is the demonstration of corruption, because the stock market is naturally the habitat of experts in global finance. Whether you think about that world, people that are on Wall Street or the City of London or wherever else these bizarre practices take place, they're spending all their time studying the NASDAQ or the Dow
It's the
Jones.
final
They're
task.
studying that stuff all the time. And yet, these people in Congress, who might be doing it on some education committee or tech committee, more notably, are outperforming them. How's
50,000
that? In a rare
XP.
display of bipartisanship, members from both
Is that
sides of
it?
the political aisle had bumper years.
And I
It is the third year running that Congress has now beat the market. So this is a trend. One thing you
Halsey.
can bet on is that Congress will beat the market. You could start investing in that. In fact,
I get
you do,
Halsey and another
because
50,000
you pay them
XP.
with your taxes. The annual report shows that Congress blew the market out of the water in 2023. It's not only the market.
Halsey
they're blowing,
comes in as a
some of the rumors
15.
are true. They're blowing each other in that place. Saucy.
Wow.
Fueling fresh calls for a ban targeting US lawmakers and their immediate family members. Now, we can't continue to bring you this groundbreaking content without the support of our partners, particularly when they're bringing you a product that might literally change your life. Of course, it's 2024. It's a new year. You've made resolutions at a time when we need revolutions, and mine was an easy one. I revolutionized my sleep. How did I do that? Because if you're not sleeping well, you ain't gonna change the world. The #1 mineral for improving sleep is the thing that you need to start ingesting, and I've been doing it, and it's helping me on so many levels that I'm at a linguistic impasse when it comes to describing it.
Tryptophan?
I'm talking about the intervention of magnesium. Specifically, I'm talking about magnesium breakthrough by Bioptimizers. The 7 different forms of magnesium in this order. Join me in this magnesium.
I don't know anything about that magnesium thing. As far as I know, if you want to sleep better, you ingest turkey, which has tryptophan in it, which you then convert to serotonin. And the other thing that you can do is just, if you have a bedroom, don't have a TV in there. Don't have a TV in there. Don't watch shows in there. Don't fuck with your phone in there. Like, I fuck with my phone all the time in my bedroom. Like, I think everybody does. But if you don't do that, if the only thing you use that room for is to sleep and change clothes in, that is the only thing you will do in that room. And that will improve your sleep. But you do have to have an amount of tryptophan in your body that you're then converting into serotonin. I think there's other things you can convert into serotonin. Tryptophan's just the one that I know that's easiest, and it's most abundant in turkey. So, and I only know that because Thanksgiving they always talk about it, right? That you get tired after you eat turkey, because you're basically a lot of people don't have an abundance of serotonin or tryptophan. So then when your body makes it, then you suddenly become sleepy because you know all year round you don't have as much of it, and then all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of it. At least I think that's how it works. Either that or it's full on. It actually it's a drug that makes you sleepy. I don't know which one it is. I think like you can eat a lot of turkey all the time or frequently and not have the side effect, but maybe you just build up an immunity to it. I don't know what the truth is of that. Okay, so what's going on here is we got 83,000 free XP, and we just got 100,000 of the other. So now the problem that I'm interested in is like getting myself a torp boat, because I don't really like facing. I mean, I guess I kind of probably should just keep playing this, because my function in the clan battles is I'm an anti-DD and a spotter. Like, that's how I perceived myself in clan battles up to this point. We don't know what tier the next clan battle is going to be in, though. So if I want to make myself a vehicle for making credits and earning XP, and also having a Japanese commander that's really high ranked, or German, or whatever it is, I'm going to have to think about what I'm going to do for that. I kind of think it's the Yu Yang is what I'm looking at doing. I only have 83,000 experience right now, though. So if I just jump on the Yu Yang, I don't think that's going to go so great. So if we look at that Pan Asia, where I want to enter in is on the Chengmu. Now, to buy the Chengmu, I need 400,000 free XP. Right now I have 83,000, so it's not too big of a leap. I probably can earn that in a couple days. So that's what I'm going to target, though, because the torp boat of choice to me is the Yu Yang. It's got the I mean, the Shimikaze's probably, well, let me check with the Shimikaze, because it's a cheaper tech line, I think. Yeah, so it's not really that much cheaper. It's 342. Either way, I still have to make 200 and some thousand XP to get there. But I do think that the Shima is really good. It has the longest torps, and it might be the most practical for the current meta, because the meta is 10 and 12k radar, and the Shima can throw torps 20 kilometers, so the Shima is pretty damn good. The only problem with the Shima is that it can get chased down real easily. Let's look at the Shima's speed, maneuverability. 39 knots. It's actually pretty fast. I don't know if I can chase that down with the Gdansk. I didn't know he was 39 knots. I was told to chase one down one time in a clan battle, but I don't think that they knew how fast the fucking Shima is. Well, I was wrong. The Gdansk is actually faster. It's 43. So it can chase it down. I think maybe I knew that in the battle. I forgot it since. I didn't mute it. Fuck. I had my hand on the button too, and I didn't do it. All right, it's actually 5 a.m. I'm gonna order my breakfast. Did Knives ever get on? Okay, David said the political system is complicated, the residents vote, but the vote is openly rigged. Every election is rigged. Every election is cheated in. Every election is rigged. One side is trying to cheat, and the other side had better try to cheat because the other side is definitely cheating. Whatever, if you ever have an election, people are cheating. It's a universal truth. And I learned that truth when I was in high school. They cheated in my high school presidential election. I will never believe that any election is legitimate unless it's like you can see everybody raise their hands. You know what I mean? Like, unless you can definitively know that that is how that person voted and you have a capture of that, then the election's rigged. And even then, I still think it's rigged because they didn't vote how they, there's a public appearance aspect to it, right? So it's like, yeah, so you can still cheat because you could just be like, hey, if you don't vote my way, man, on that subreddit, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, that's the class. But anyway, that's an aside. Elections are rigged. I have no doubt about it. They lie to you. The whole reason that there's a whole bunch of, like, you have to do like the Pledge of Allegiance and all that other shit and have all this bullshit fucking, like, being patriotic is a good thing in terms of if it's your country and you're not doing your best to do the best for your country, that's bad. That, like, you are a group of people and you live in an area and you should make it better because that's where you live and that's where you're going to raise your family. That's where your family's going to live, and that's how that works. You should make your own place better. So patriotism has good aspects, but at the same time, the abundance of U.S. patriotism that there is utilized. It covers up a lot of these other realities that they should be more honest about. Every year, dead people vote. Every year, people who don't even live in the same state vote. Every year, illegals vote. Every year, people just generate votes that are fake and submit those. Duplicate votes get counted. Like, and I don't know why so many people on the left side deny election fraud. I don't know. I know that they know. Everybody knows they know. And they'll point it out when it's Republican, right? They'll full on admit that. But I don't know why more people aren't like, look, that's a real thing. It's a real well, I know why. It's because they want to do it. They want to win. It works for them. If they're winning, don't fix it, right? Like, it's a bad strategy. And it's tied to their survival. It's tied to their income. So, yeah. And again, I want to separate Democrats from liberals, right? They're different people. One's hijacking the beliefs of the other to political gain and financial gain, and then the other is a set of values. So that identifies a group of people. Okay, so the voting says actually going to do. The actual economy is owned by capitalists, but the workers do receive significant welfare benefits in order to keep unrest and crime down, which is successful. The point is that the population has little actual power, but they do receive, all elections are cheated in. I wanted to ask Knives if he was getting on. I wanted to talk to David. I want to be respectful of David. I think that David is more left leaning than I am. I think most people are. That I tend to be more libertarian, although I think libertarians are idiots. So, like, for me, libertarianism died a few years ago. When Enron was a thing in 2007, 8, they were turning the power on and off in California because there was no regulation. They would just turn the power on and off to sell energy credits to profit. Millions of people, zero power, zero control over having that power on and off. I'm talking about electricity. I'm saying power in this case. They had no say. The power companies would just turn the electricity on and off so that Enron could profit. And the cause of that was an open market. An open market was the cause of that. So when liberals, when they run it up the chain, open markets, no regulations, they just haven't studied history enough. That's my opinion. But that's where libertarianism died for me. Like, I was like a Ron Paul supporter, and I still liked Ron Paul, but open markets are a dumb idea. Because they're open, they'll be abused. I'm going to flip the video back on. And I don't know if I'm going to flip the video back on still. I got to make some decisions here. So we've got some experience that we could allocate. We basically pop this guy up into 16 range, and he'll be that much closer to halfway to a 21 captain. The reason I'm not going to do that, though, is because we don't actually know what the clan battles are going to look like. We don't know what tier it's going to be. If it's not tier 10, there's no way to be sure that a captain on the Gdansk, or even in this faction, is going to be useful. Like, the split might be bad if it's tier 8. If it's 7, that's going to be real fucking trash. If it's 9, I mean, the Katonis isn't... I remember playing the Katonis, and I actually had fun in it. I learned how to play like a Gdansk plays, and I did have fun in it, and I won a lot of matches. I won a surprising amount of matches in the Katonis. What is this? Is this a tier 7 destroyer? Is it a gunboat? No, it's not really a gunboat. It's 2x3. It's like 6 torps, 8 kilometers. No. I'm sorry. It is a gunboat. I don't think it's a torp boat. Okay. Now, on this, on the other hand, this Yu Yang, it's 2x5, so it's 10 torps. It's almost double the torps. They do 18,000 damage maximum. It's a huge amount of damage to me for 10 torps. I mean, you only have to land 5 of those to kill every ship in the game, right? Like, any ship nothing in the game has more than 100,000 some health, approximately. There's no 200,000. You don't have to hit them with all of them. You just have to hit them with 5, roughly, maybe 6. 6, I guess, because you're gonna have some 1,200 health left over. Sure. But you could gun them down for the rest of it, right? You launch your torps, you smoke up, you shoot them down, and that's it. And that's what makes the Yu Yang so deadly against battleships. Is the Lo Yang the same thing at tier 8? I guess the thing that I'm wondering is, you get a captain to level 21 so you can play a high tier ship with a high tier captain, and you earn more credits because he is 21, so he has 21 talents. That's what it is. You get more experience because you perform better because you have more talents, and that's how you feed. You get your other captains. Okay. I was trying to wrap my head around how it actually contributes the most, but it's mostly because it is what it is that it helps you do that thing where you can get more captains. And so I think my captains, I got Liu Bei. I got Liu Bei and something else for these guys. Oh, I was going to order breakfast. I'm getting sidetracked left and right. I was going to see if Knives was going to get on, and then I was going to order breakfast. I think Knives is probably headed to bed soon. I think the morning crew at Dunkin' is like 1,000 times better than the evening crew, so I'm gonna try Dunkin' again. Last night, I got what is possibly the worst coffee I'd ever fucking had. They did not use sugar, they used some bullshit fucking sweetener that was trash. So I'm gonna go medium blend. I want 3 creams. Maybe we can knock it down to 2 creams. I think there's too much cream in it. It's part of the problem. And then sweetener, I have 4 sugars. I don't know why. I'm going to try switching it over. I'm going to do experiment. I'm going to ask for liquid cane sugar. I don't know what the fuck liquid cane sugar is, though. Is that bad to eat? Liquid cane sugar versus sugar. Dunkin'. Yeah, so I think the liquid cane sugar is better because the crunchy sugar didn't dissolve in my cold drink. A little over a year ago, this guy used to work at a local Dunkin' Donuts. When he started out, made the iced coffee with liquid sugar. He assumed you're supposed to. A month after he started, the owner came in complaining about the prices of liquid sugar. Make the iced coffee with granulated sugar instead, so they wouldn't have to buy as much. Poorly sweetened drink. Okay. So it seems like I should have been doing this all along. Alright. So now the question becomes, how many coffees do I want to get? I'm going to suppose they're going to make it right. I'm going to order 2 of them. I want to stay up quite a bit. I'm not blaming the chemicals that were involved the other day when I had an issue with Cedar, but to a certain degree, that guy was definitely drunk, and he was being a dipshit cunt asshole, because that's what people do when they're drunk. And I exacerbated it by having drank 2 coffees, which makes my brain work faster, is the way I would describe it. And so when he drunkenly fucking accused me of shit that I didn't do, I overreacted to an extent that I called him an asshole, because I was like, everything you said was wrong for this, that, and the, like I just went into like overload. Like my brain like lit up, all the fucking synapses were snapping. I was like, bitch, you are fucking wrong. Like I just like the smackdown on him, right? I'm like, dude, you're an asshole. Like I just like started yelling at him because I was like, but yeah, so he was chemically, he was like on a downer, and he was like a functional drunk, right? Accusing me of shit that I didn't do, and then I was like hyper functional, 2 coffees in, ready to beat some ass with fucking logic and charts and tables, right? Like, I mean, like that's how I associate coffee, because that's what I normally do at work, right? I drink fucking 2 coffees at work, and then I can write queries double as fast and way advanced. And I could read more articles faster, and I'll listen to 2 YouTube videos at once at 2 different timestamps. Not timestamps, but speeds. So I got one at like 3/4, one at 2x. I'm sorry, 1.75 and 2x. So they're both really fast. And then I'm just toggling between the two. Oh, what'd that guy say? Oh, he's talking about this thing that I need to implement to edge out some cases after the fact in my query. I need to hear what that guy said. All right. So what am I doing here? I was looking at the Yo-Yang. Like I'm tempted to just buy lots of ships, right? I like this Yo-Yang. It's one that I definitely want to own. It's a tier 8, and it lets me access a lot of the stuff that I like about this line without having to fucking tech into it. But yeah, so but the U.S. has torque boats, right? Isn't the Gearing a torque boat? Is the Gearing 2x10, 19,000? Yeah. So the U.S. tech tree, these are torque boats. All right. The Hill and the Kid are gunboats. But because they're not premiums, I wouldn't be able to use this general, so I wouldn't be able to benefit from that. So I guess that I'm pretty much, if I want to play, what do I want to do here? There's multiple problems kind of compounding themselves. One of the problems is that I don't know. I think I probably should just play this kid for a while and just farm XP. Even though it's not the kind of torque boat. No, leave. So the problem is this is my level 21 commander. I want to check the armory. I think there is a boat that I want to buy. Alright, just DDs that you can purchase that are high tier. Alright, well, 8s and 9s. Let's get a 9. Let's look at the 9. Okay, so the Z4A4, Rapid Torpedo Tube Reload. HE shells, high armor penetration and capabilities. Low detectability. Low HE shell damage. Like, this is definitively a torque boat. This is a gunboat. This is a gunboat. So if I'm going to get a tier 9, it's going to be a Z44. If I look at my German ships, my highest German commander is a 14. He's not even halfway all the way up. So I would need to farm a lot of XP to get him there. That's going to be true of everything, though. I think I just don't have a lot of... What's this container? Got a freedom container? Bullshit. Okay. Well, anyways. So I think that's true of everything, that I just don't have a lot of... So if I check my Japanese guys, it's going to be easier to just cancel this. Change commander. Okay. So my highest Japanese one is a 12. Oh, we can actually dismiss this guy. What's he traded in? He's traded in the Matsu. And dismiss. Yes, if I pay 400,000, I can get 50k. Okay, cool. Back. Alright, back. Alright. And then if we look at our Russians, we really only have Santa Claus, and I think I bought, yeah, okay. It's these two. So I'm only 11 on the Russian side. 11, 12, 14. And then I imagine that I think my Napoli... Oh, he's on the Giuseppe. See, my Napoli captain is actually pretty high. But, it's not a DD, so I don't really like playing... I don't like playing anything that's not a DD and the other. I guess that what I'm kind of thinking, though, is that I need to commit to either playing... Yeah, so I'm thinking that if I want to have a ship that is a DD, that is a torp boat, that I can make a lot of income on, it's going to be one of these tier 9s. The Halford is not a torp boat. It's a hybrid ship that I do want, but it's not a torp boat. That's not a torp boat. Or if it is, it's some kind of weird one. I think this Z44, whether you buy it with coal or you buy it with, well, you could buy it with either or, huh? These two you can get either way. It's interesting. I don't know that I want to get it with coal, but that is cool. Specialized repair team consumable, low detectability, defensive AI, easy to shoot accurately long range. Low damage per minute. Show import. It's a 2x10, 17k. These are shitty little guns. I think it might be a torque boat. Max speed 36. I think it is. It's not a very good one. Is it? 10 kilometers? Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand that boat. I don't know how to play that one. Defensive AA consumable. So it's like a sniper? How long are the guns? 12 kilometer? It's kind of a hybrid between torque boat and gunboat. It's not very fast. I don't know what to make of this. I think someone who knows more about the game might have to tell me how this one works. It's got a lot of hit points. It's got some serious AA. It's like specialized in anti-aircraft. It doesn't have like very good speed. Like the only thing that's really good about it is like it's AA, right? And it heals. It's got AA and it heals. High velocity shells result in easier target lead. Simplifies firing. Low damage per minute, really accurate at long range. So as long as you can be really far, you've got an advantage. But you're slower than other DDs, so if you get in a fight with a DD, it's going to be pretty tough. Low maneuverability, yeah. It's not one that I want. It's just one that's like I'm kind of curious about like how it works. I guess I didn't really look at the black. It's a enhanced smoke generator, low torp speed, low speed. 35 knots. It's really slow. torpedo range is kind of 13. I mean, it's a decent torp boat. Crap guns. It's got good smoke. Concealment's terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I never thought a black was very good. Normally when I see them on the map, I don't think they're very good. But this E44 has me definitely interested. Phalos. Damage per minute. So I gotta just figure out like how much 19,000 doubloons are, and if I want to jump on that train. I guess I don't really need to get it. We'll go back to the US. We'll keep using this Kidd. Kidd is the highest ranked US ship that I have access to right now, because you saw that it was just like the one for coal. So this one's the one for doubloons. If I go to the tech tree, I think that's still the case. Oh, there's the Independence, there's the Yorktown, there's the Essex. It's locked, you can't just buy it. It shows it on here now. That's really annoying, because it doesn't show the other ones. There's a whole bunch of US purchasable ships, but it doesn't show them. This is bullshit. The Essex is a tier 10 carrier, though. It's kind of cool. I can actually afford to buy the Midway. Shit, I could get the United States. It's 48 million and 355 XP, but that's how much XP I've earned on the Lexington. The Lexington I've actually earned 700,000 XP with. So I could get the United States. The United States is like a super upgraded version of Midway. I kind of think I should get it just so that I have a super ship. And I kind of think I should just get this one. But it's so expensive and I'm never going to play it, so I'm like, ah, fuck it. Who cares? I don't play the rain enough. I think I'm going to end up buying these ships just... I'm going to end up getting the 8s, playing other ships, and it's going to unlock this shit. I kind of feel like it's not really worth playing the 6s. The 4s are fine. They're not. It's not really worth playing the 4s or the 6s. It's like just jumping at 8. Seems like with these ships. But I don't know. Simple syrup. My Dasher just picked up my order. Just got the text. It's on the way. Demetrius. Demetrius is delivering it. I always wonder, like, if this is the day that, like, my Dasher's gonna snap and it's gonna be the end of me. They're just gonna be like, I fucking hate delivering shit. And then shoot, like, whoever fucking ordered something. It's sad that that's even a thought, but today's world. Nice battleships. Yeah, so I don't know. France. So France's How much faster? It's 44 knots. And the Gdansk is 43.3. So, like, yeah. Man, I didn't realize that about those two. Man, the Gdansk is really good. I had no idea it was so good. Man. Every time I look at this, like the France and the Italy, I always wonder, like, what this game would be like with ships from the 1500s or the 1400s or the 1600s, you know? Or, like, Port Royal. Alright, somebody's texted me. Power cord won't stay up here. I need to get like a desk clip for this thing so I can snap it in and out of it. Like hooking it on stuff all the time. Or maybe a full-on hook. Okay, my food's here. I thought that was going to happen. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. 4 liquid cane sugars is a little bit sweet. I might have to turn it down to 3. But it's 1,000 times better than that coffee earlier yesterday. All right. All right. So it's weird because there's a diversity in these ships, but I never really think of there being much diversity in the cruisers. But there must be considerable diversity because they actually diverge into two groups. And so there must be a kind of like, I don't know if it's going to be torp cruiser versus gun cruiser. I don't think that makes sense. They should be all gun cruisers. I know the Minotaur has radar. I don't know. I spent a lot of time just thinking about what I should do instead of actually just grinding out the stuff. Oh, that's cool. First and foremost, however, this tool is inseparable, something or other. I don't know if I like liquid cane. It tastes weird. Maybe I needed 3 creamers. I don't know. Or maybe I needed 1. It does taste weird. It tastes very coffee-ish. I'm going to stick with the Pearl Harbor one. Alright. What is that green thing? And what are these ropes for? Oh, those are hoses for fire. And here's the outlet. So if you have a fire, you hook up a hose. Okay, fire hose. Fire hoses. The life rafts are always interesting to me. Like, I can't imagine, going by your life raft daily and just being like, in the event, in certain events, I'm going to have to use that to survive. Shit. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to put some of these, slap some of these stickers on. Get back to it. I'm going to full on eat on stream, I think, so I hope that's not going to bother anyone. So I might turn my camera off.
Gorgiev!
Magnesium revolution in 2024. Again, that's buyoptimizers.com/brand for that discount. Okay, let's get into changing the world together. 32 members of Congress, evenly split among Democrats and Republicans, because they're basically the same, fared better than the market. Overall, Democratic lawmakers were up 31.18% last year, while their GOP colleagues were up 17.99%. Numerous members in Congress traded war stocks before the Israel-Gaza-Palestine conflict, unusual Wales noted. So, whether or not you're seeing pro-Israel politicians or pro-Palestinian politicians espousing publicly, one thing where they agree is it's okay to invest in weapons manufacturers prior to that conflict. And don't you think that the money where the mouth is evidence there tells you a lot more than the empty rhetoric that they may use on the steps of one of those sacred buildings that if you invade them without a ticket or without permission, people are literally sobbing on the news. Let's have a look at how ABC News report on this.
As long as a trade is reported before 45 days, there's no law preventing members of the House or Senate from trading stocks, even if the bills they pass or committees they sit on could influence a company's stock price.
Almost as if people try to occasionally introduce laws to prevent that, but whenever those laws are introduced, the people that are in charge of voting for whether or not those laws should stick go, hold a minute, I personally financially benefit from there not being any regulation against me doing
They're not
this,
gonna stop
so I'm not going to do that. And isn't that the sense you get from politics across the world? Those of you in the UK watching this post office scandal unfold.
If they made a law against any kind of senator trading stocks, all that would happen is someone else would trade stocks on the behalf of the senator, or control the senator by controlling their money by trading the stocks outside of them. You know what I mean? Like, there is, laws against it. They're stupid. It's a stupid thing, because it just, at least if they trade stocks, you can directly see what they're doing. At least it's transparent.
Will realise that this is something that happened ages ago. Now, both political parties are pretending to care because it's been on the television. There are very few moral scruples within these institutions because these institutions require that you abdicate those principles. That's why it takes a long while to create change. Oh, it'll take generations. It doesn't need to take generations. You could just, like that, change the world. But it wouldn't be beneficial for the people that are within those institutions benefiting from things being exactly as they are.
Outraged at first, Chris then saw an opportunity to get in on the action. He moved out west and with 3 friends launched the app Autopilot. It lets users follow a politician's trades and then copy them.
I mean, that is amazing. If you just did that, you would be ahead of the market. I mean, is there any clearer indication of corruption than the fact that if you simply do what people in Congress are doing, you will make money? That, in a sense, means you could kind of collapse the whole system. What's the point in the stock market? What's the point in consultants? What's the point in traders and stock market and all of these experts? You just go, what are them lot investing in? Well, they're investing in that. Right, well, that's the end of it, isn't it? But doesn't that show you the degree of institutionalized corruption?
Automatically buying or selling the same stock a lawmaker does at whatever dollar amount they like.
At what point does this become illegal?
The company now has users dedicating tens of millions trying to grow their own bank accounts by mimicking lawmakers' market moves. But the app has also become a rallying cry for a new generation of investors, pointing out what they say is a rigged system that lets a group of 535 men and women with serious political influence buy and sell stocks in the first place. Legally, lawmakers can't trade on inside information, meaning details out of the hands of the general public. But a hypothetical senator could vote for an infrastructure bill and then buy stock in a company that was publicly awarded a project to build a bridge in their district.
Those men, like, building a road, like the dichotomy is just like the toil of asphalting a road in galoshes and just shoveling down. Meanwhile, we could be exploiting that for profit. There's so much scope for radical change.
They could even sit on the Armed Services Committee, and trade in the stock of a defense contractor receiving a sizable government contract.
How dare you? How dare you invade the Capitol building? That is where we inspire and organize illegal wars that are armed by companies that I personally invest in. You were actually in the building. You're going to prison. You were in the environment. You're going to prison. You used the term January 6th, and that's when my son was born. You are a criminal, sir. Now, I'm just going to invest in jails filling up.
Potential conflicts of interest that in the past few years, thousands online began relishing pointing out were all legal.
This is a red flag.
And the biggest name doing that isn't a name at all, a finance guy who started poring over members of Congress's trades when he was bored during the early months of the pandemic.
He was just bored. He started doing it out of boredom. So that pandemic, it created so much change, didn't it? It created such a fissure in society, people being locked in their homes, so much doubt in our institutions, such a total lack of trust in media, such a lack of trust in Big Pharma. And this guy...
He goes by the full moniker Unusual Whales. Whales' data finds members of Congress's stock portfolios consistently beat the S&P 500.
Cool, Banksy style. He's going anonymous. Respect.
One example Wales pointed us to was the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and the regional banking crisis. Then, some lawmakers on key congressional committees that govern the financial system dumped SVB and other bank stocks during the turmoil, many before their price plummeted. Not illegal, Wales says, but eyebrow-raising.
I'm gonna have to raise an eyebrow for that. Knowing what you know about the ethics and morality of the occupants of those buildings, do you think it's possible that it would cross their mind, for example, when voting on whether to continue to aid conflict between Ukraine and Russia, they might go, oh, that might be beneficial, or whether to invest in, as they said, in infrastructure, which doesn't seem to be happening a hell of a lot, or whether to invest in some big tech or a water contract to Google or Facebook. Think of the kind of relationships. This is without getting into lobbying or donations. But actually, it's not hyperbole to say the system is totally corrupt. It almost requires a level of faith from us that seems childlike, ridiculous, unsustainable levels of credulity are required for us not to actually, thinking about it, wait till about January 6th, walk in there and go, listen, this is mental, this is mad. That's why they have to frame that as the extreme event. What's being normalized? Well, look, there is a loophole that doesn't prevent. If it's for family members, well, no, of course you can't sit on that committee. The masquerade and the sophistry that's utilized in order to maintain a system that's so plainly corrupt. Whenever someone comes along that's half-decent, Ross Perot, Bobby Kennedy, Cornel West, Marianne Williamson, they're just maligned and marginalized. People are breathed into the system, sort of bathed in the formaldehyde of corruption and become inutile and hopeless. Remember in the 60s when people rose up that plainly had principles, Malcolm X, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King? What happened to those guys? Oh, they all died in mysterious circumstances when a lone gunman shot them in. Some crackpot. Oh no, another crackpot. There's some weird kind of blind date magic takes place between idealistic political figures and lone crackpots. As soon as you're like an idealistic public orator, it's just a matter of time for a lone crackpot emerges to kill you. I'm actually feeling quite What the hell's that guy? What's in your pocket, sir? Okay, I'll start investing. Get me some shares in Northrop Grumman. Get me shares in Northrop Grumman.
And those new calls for transparency have spurred some in Congress to try again to ban their colleagues from trading stocks altogether. Republican Ken Buck and Democrat Joe Neguse, who signed a letter with 19 other Republicans and Democrats.
The whole point of Congress is it's a representative democracy. Every single person in that building ran like campaigns. I approve this message. That's why I'm here. Like pictures of them like in like construction hats or holding a pig or being nice to a baby or something. And out of all of them, we've got 19. I was thinking, listen, we're going to do this thing where you can't unscrupulously profiteer. Oh, well, I'm a little busy that day. That's like all they could summons up. 19 people. So on one hand, you've got the facade of outrage about January 6th. What did you do? They did what? They were wearing what? This is disgusting. They were going to do what to Nancy Pelosi? Good luck finding Nancy Pelosi. She's rich. How did she get so rich? Well, interesting story.
You know, we signed up for this job. We knew what the pay was. It isn't a, we're going to pay you this much plus corruption.
It's good, isn't it, to be reminded that there are some decent people in politics. I need to be reminded of that myself because I get carried away and just think they're all so corrupt. I just go straight to that because generally it's a shortcut, saves time. They're all corrupt. But then him, you can sort of see he's like a kindly person who's like really sort of trying his best to hold together his integrity, like some Jimmy Stewart character, all sort of constipated against the. No, come on, we can do a good job, can't we all? Oh.
Corruption is what Congress first tried to tackle 10 years ago.
Did it, though? Did it? Let's give it a round of applause. And here is a bill that we will ignore and find a way out of by the time that it matters to me. Hooray!
Passing the Stock Act. That was the law that officially banned members of Congress from trading with non-public information.
When they do stuff that you like, they do it in public to a round of applause. Then when they reverse out of it, no one's like, oh, it turns out there was a terrorist attack on the day that we nixed that deal.
But there are still accusations some members of Congress do exactly that.
Have you both become aware of colleagues of yours that are bending the rules with their trades?
Look, I'm going to keep this bipartisan. I am not going to go into some names. We both know the names of some people that have made millions of dollars off of trading, spouses trading stocks.
Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi.
While committee hearings are going on.
Look, I'm not going to name Nancy Pelosi's, but I do know of colleagues that have Nancy Pelosi, their Paul Pelosi, into a car, and then that guy came around the house and, not named names, Hammer. Should have took that home with you.
One prominent lawmaker whose finances are consistently under a microscope is former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, who's disclosed millions of dollars of profit from trades over the years, many made by her husband, a financier.
What I think irritates a lot of us, isn't it, is the sort of grandstanding and posturing and pretending to be like a nice person. And it's the children. I care about children. All the outrage on January 6th. There was a documentary about Nancy Pelosi, wasn't there? Oh my God, what's going on outside? They didn't know about my trading, do they? For God's sake, delete the app! Delete the app! And like, in reality, you know that they found ways of justifying themselves, like we do, because we're human beings. Like, they found ways of going, it's okay that I work in Congress as Speaker of the House and that Paul invests the money. As I fall asleep, sometimes I may mutter as I drift off, oh, had a good deal with Tim Cook from Apple today. Night, Paul! Like, they still find ways of turning up at banquets and still proselytizing about children's rights or women's rights or some other issue that they just push to the forefront. That's why they have to make everyone else feel sort of guilty and bad and ashamed and worthless. And you mustn't be like this and you shouldn't be like that. And we've really let everyone down with that. And should we be considering reparations? Why don't you give reparations for the current existing population of all creeds and colours for the stock trades that you're making and profiting from right now using information that you're clearly getting as a result of your job when you campaign, oh, I'm stroking a pig, I'm kissing a baby, I'm kissing a pig, I'm stroking a baby. Whole thing's a total sham. So carry on doing it, but don't expect us to be outraged once in a while people go, I've had enough of this, I'm going in there, give them a piece of my mind. Oh, let's take some photos of that statue.
In a statement, Pelosi's office told us she does not own any stocks herself and has no prior knowledge or subsequent involvement in any transactions made by her husband. A spokesperson added she was fully supportive of an attempt by Congress in 2022 to address members' stock trading, efforts which, despite public pressure, failed.
I was really supportive of it, but somehow it failed. I don't know how it failed. I don't know how Paul's making all these trades. I don't know how all these bills are failing, and mostly I don't know how I sleep at night.
Fast forward to 2023, and a slate of similar bills are seeing the same resistance.
It has taken longer than we certainly would have liked, but we're going to continue to push forward.
Sometimes I think the function that these idealistic politicians form is to just keep us sort of vaguely interested, to see both of these guys. No, they're trying. I think, I bet there were probably people that worked at concentration camps that were all right. Like, oh, he's trying. You know what I mean? Like, in the end, we have to go, this system is corrupt and exploitative. We cannot participate in it anymore. Please, let's have a radical revision. In fact, we can't even ask them. What is required, I think, is just a transformation in the nature of the relationship, where you just talk to them differently. What? Sorry, you do what? No, thank you.
There are 4 or 5 bills out there with really good ideas in each one of them. They've got to be brought together.
There are 4 or 5 bills out there, but none of them are going anywhere right now. They're all stuck in various committees.
Right. Welcome to Congress.
But don't try getting in without an invitation, because otherwise I will cry my eyes out. So there you go. It's just that they're acknowledging, even these idealists that are trying their best and seem like really decent people, that it's more or less pointless.
But far away from Capitol Hill, if you listen to Unusual Whales or Chris Josephs, no one is quite sure your elected representatives will voluntarily cut themselves off from a payday.
I don't think they'll ban it. I think it's all a smokescreen. I genuinely don't think they'll do it because it doesn't benefit them.
You're saying there's too much money on the table to give it up?
I think so, which is wild to say, but yeah.
Isn't it ridiculous to think that rather than vote you would probably be able to impact that more by every one of us, like just investing in the things they are, till the advantage became diluted and dissipated and meaningless. You've got more purchase through financial corruption than you have through just doing what it's supposed to do. It's like that we only know about excess deaths because of insurance company premiums going up. We still can't talk about it openly from a position of medical expertise because that system is similarly corrupted. All of these systems are corrupted, and until we take back power, not take back power because we actually already have the power, until we refuse to participate, then I suppose it will continue because they're not going to do anything about it themselves. Let's get a little bit more information. As Americans sweat over the high cost of food and gas, Representative Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio racked up massive gains in 2023. I'm seriously considering just literally going, invest in what she's in. Like when Harry met Sally. I'll have what she's having.
Oh, God. I'll have what she's having.
The former speaker, a consistent high performer in the market, enjoyed a 65% return on her investments. She's a genius. You would almost say, God, you're so good at that. Why don't you just do that? Why don't you just go and invest in the stock market if you're so good at it? Oh, well, actually, because it's not that I'm good at it, because I've got information from being in Congress that I'm utilising for my trade. And actually, you're probably not allowed to say that as an objective fact because it's all been marshalled and concealed behind a sort of a veil of rhetoric. And Paul Pelosi was doing it in his Porsche. That's better than most major hedge funds. Major hedge funds where their whole raison d'etre and purpose for existence is that she's doing that for a hobby. That's like you're better at basketball than LeBron just by sort of like doing something in your front porch. Oh, look at that. Oh, just accidentally just keep doing this. It's amazing, really. Key to her success was very lucky use of stock options, often a sign of trading on inside information, something members of Congress have lots of. Pelosi and her husband Paul Pelosi have made millions off tech companies that she's responsible for regulating. Multiple bills were put forward last year to stop or limit congressional trading, including the bipartisan Ban Stock Trading for Government Officials Act, introduced by Senators Kirsten Gillibrand and Josh Hawley in late July, which went nowhere. No surprise, politicians on both sides of the aisle profit from trading. It's not just insider trading, but insiders blocking any rules that might stop them. That's literally the definition of systemic corruption. You can't change it because it's not a bug, it's a feature, it's a requirement. So on one hand, you have lachrymose newsreaders crying their eyes out about January the 6th. Why? Because of the sanctity of the building, because of what it represents. It represents freedom. It represents democracy. It means that any American from anywhere could rise up and become president or speaker of the House. And then you too, if you're rich enough and lucky enough, could make a fortune from insider trading. Is that the system? Is that what we're protecting? Is that what people are being jailed for? Desecrating that system? Is a system that requires desecration? Is there a system that requires dismantling? Remember, once again, Nancy Pelosi couldn't just go to Wall Street and go, hey, give me a job, I'm brilliant at this, because her power is from exploiting you. The information and power that you have given her. The information that you grant them by that building that should be sacred, but isn't. All of our political institutions and the buildings that house them should be sacred. They should represent our shared and collective power and our shared and collective obligations to one another. But they don't represent that. They represent an opportunity for exploitation, and that opportunity is plainly being taken. And one of the ways they prevent us from seeing that is by going, look over there, look over there. What happens between January 7th and January 5th? Nothing as corrupt as what happens the whole year round in those buildings. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments below? And if you want to be part of a movement that opposes this stuff, join us. You'll get exclusive content, early access to content, and more important than that, you'll be part of a movement that opposes all this stuff. In the meantime, if you can, stay free. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Okay, so during that video, I had to look up this Unusual Whales guy. There's an ETF. Unusual Whales Subversive Democrat Trades. It's for the year, it is up 20%. I think I might switch all of my money over to that shit. At least for, I'm gonna buy like a. I bought 2,000 of it. I'd have $400. So I might buy options for a year and just expect them to go up. Because I don't think it's going to matter who's in power. Like, even if Trump wins in 2024, Democrats are on committees. Pelosi didn't lose money when Trump was in office, you know what I mean? They're still insider trading. Either way. I have no fucking clue why I'm on this side of the map. I think it's because I wasn't paying attention, because I was so interested in this stupid ass ETF. I checked the autopilot thing out too. I'm not as impressed with the autopilot as I am with Unusual Trades. Unusual Trades has an optional page where it's like unusualtrades.whatever.com/politics. And it just shows you exactly how the politicians are trading. And given what I understand about their performance, after beating the S&P, which I beat the S&P last year, well, I beat it at the start of the year, and then I lost, and then I beat it at the end of the year. So, like, at different times, like, so, like, I didn't beat it. I did not beat it. That's the truth. I didn't beat the S&P. Well, no, yeah, I guess I did. Okay, so my Vanguard portfolio beat the S&P. My personal trades did not. I made about 5,000-6,000 off of Nvidia when AI was like going nuts, right? But what is this thing of Sims? Oh, I'm fucked. Yep, dead. Alright. We did 10,000 damage. We helped kill a cruiser over here. I don't know that our contributions really mattered, though, because we didn't fight on the point. But yeah, it was easy for me to tell that NVIDIA was going up. It was easy for me to tell that GLW's Corning glassmakers are going to go up this summer. They're already being bought. I don't know why Democrats aren't buying them, but when I looked at the trades, I didn't see any Democrats buying glass. I didn't see any Republicans buying glass either. To me, it's just a no-brainer. It's like, dude, it's an election year. A lot of glass is going to be like for 3 years. There's not a lot of glass being broken, and then there's election year, and there's a shit ton of glass that gets broken, and the sales go up for glass makers. Like, they just have riots in every city. Like, here in a month or two, sadly, a few minority personnel, people of minority, are going to die. There's going to be like 5 or 6 of them. They're going to die by cops, and there's going to be 5 or 6 cities with full-on riots. I don't know which cities they're going to be, obviously, but it's an election year, so that shit's going to happen for sure. And it's not actually that it's not happening. Every year, cops kill 1,000 people. That's the number. 9,000 people are killed, murdered in the U.S. per year, and then the cops kill an additional 1,000 on top of it. Those are the numbers. At least going back to 2018, those are the numbers. I don't know if it's probably like, it might be 10,000 and 1,200 now. I don't know, because there's more people, but it was roughly that 10,000 people would be murdered in the U.S. and then 1,000 people would be killed by cops, which is a drop in the bucket compared to like heart disease, which is just millions of people die of heart disease. And then what's the other bad one? Heart disease is pretty much the worst, statistically. Car accidents. 100 people die in the U.S. per day. 300,000 people die per year. Or more than 300,000, I should say. It's like 360,000 die per year in the U.S. from car accidents. It's 100 per day.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
You can give people licenses, but you can't stop them from drinking and then driving. Like more than half are drunk driver cases. That number might need to be checked. I think it's more than half. I'm speculating. I know that it's 360,000 per year. I thought it was mostly drunk drivers, but I would have to verify that. I'm not actually sure about that part. Okay, there's a DD on the spot. We've got support from a battleship. There's the DD. He's in a kit as well.
Light a cigar. It's fixed. It was about time.
The fucking submarine is spotting from me right now, so.
Son, enemy tin can has been detected. Son, enemy battle wagon has been detected. Torpedoes astern. Son, enemy tin can has been detected. As always, you've missed everything. Torpedoes astern. The enemy doesn't sleep. Torpedoes in front of you. Ship sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it. Enemy cruiser sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it.
I don't know why I wasn't using HE. Should have been using HE in that whole fucking every volley should have been HE. I don't know what the hell I was doing.
Enemy destroyer has been sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
Dead. Well, I held out as long as I could. We didn't get any support. Like, the submarine was here for a little bit, but the battleship fuck off. He's down there by the puss-ass carrier that got, like, yellow rated from being reported or whatever the case may be. AFK, I don't know. But this guy's, I don't know, he's just being a puss. He's hanging out back here. He's kind of protecting the carrier, which is kind of a useful thing to do. but I don't know. Oh no, there's the battleship that was supposed to be helping us. He's on the right side. He's a Thunderer. He's by himself. He's just in front of a... He's just out in the middle of nowhere. This guy's just running around without a condom, basically. He's just sitting there, out in open water, no cover, nothing. He's dead. 4 ships shooting him. I don't know why he wasn't shooting things when we were spotting shit.
The enemy is close to victory.
I didn't see any ammunition come in and hit the ship I was shooting, other than what I was doing to it. Battle on. But people have the highest win rates and the most Unicum fucking score. They have 2 allies with them who are also level 21 fucking commanders, and they go into groups and they target people together. You can see them on stream all the time. You see them do real well. They're always calling it out. They're calling their targets out. They're working together. I'm in here swinging my dick around, just fucking slapping people before I die, solo pretty much, and just hoping an ally shoots them as well. I probably should be spamming the F3 key more. That might help a little bit. The F3 key says, hey, fucking shoot this motherfucker. Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Nicholas from the Unusual Whales team, and in this video series I'll be walking you through each tool on the Unusual Whales platform. In the videos that follow, we'll break down each page in detail and touch on important definitions, but for this first video, we'll just be going over what each page is, what information you can find there, and how to navigate the website. When you first head over to unusualwhales.com, this is the main page you'll see. In the header, you can navigate to any unusual tool you need. Under the Flow Data tab is where the main Unusual Whales flow feed sits, along with all other options data such as the hottest contracts, Open Interest Explorer, and Flow Alerts. Now in this Flow Data tab, you can also find Market Overview data, the Dark Pools feed, sector flows, and a lot more, including the news feed here, of course. Now, if you go from here to the Resources tab, you can find other important tools such as the Options Profit Calculator, which is free on the site, paper trading to practice your flow trades, as well as stock and option watch lists where you can save and track any flow that's hit the tape. From here, there's also the Education tab. In the Education page, we break down the basics of options, various option strategies, as well as other ways to navigate and utilize Unusual Whales platform. Alright, now let's head over to the Market Overview. The Market Overview page is a dashboard where you can get a bird's eye view of how the market is performing overall. At the
Madam Speaker, all I want for Christmas is to clean up the corruption in Congress. That is why tomorrow morning I will be introducing my political reform and anti-corruption resolution supported by Unusual Whales, Capital Trades, and Quiver Quantitative. Crew has also done important work on these issues. It calls for 5 things. First, a ban on all PAC and lobbyist money. Second, a ban on members of Congress trading stock. Third, a ban on members ever becoming lobbyists. Fourth, term limits for members of Congress and Supreme Court justices. And fifth, a binding code of ethics for the Supreme Court. The American people on both sides are frustrated by the corruption in Washington. We need real change. I hope members on both sides will support this resolution that we introduce tomorrow.
The fire is burning up. Get ready. Torpedoes on the right, son. Light a cigar. Torpedoes astern. Son, the engine is out of order. Son, enemy battle It's fixed. It was about time. Congratulations! You disappeared into the smoke. Son, enemy cruiser has been detected.
Pelosi's husband literally has a job trading stocks. That was his job.
The enemy doesn't sleep. Torpedoes in front of you. The enemy doesn't sleep. Torpedoes in front of you.
I don't think that the problem had anything to do with like who was doing it, as much as just that the people who were doing it were insider trading, and they pull the strings. The LMT purchases, basically the military stock purchases before the conflict with Israel. I mean, honestly, anyone could have done that, though. Anyone could have just been like, 1,300 people just got kidnapped in Israel. Got kidnapped in Israel. Yeah, they're going to fucking war. You know what I mean? Anyone could have saw that shit coming and just been like, you know what? I speculate, therefore I buy. Because that shit was not hard to see coming. It was like world news. Look how many people just got fucking abducted by Hamas. Yeah, they're probably gonna go to war. I'm dead. Alright. Well, we didn't kill any of their DDs. We didn't really work together. We didn't focus fire. I didn't hit F3 even once. Krell, what's up? Yeah, I am up early, yep. I'm sitting here drinking my breakfast and eating my bagel. Or eating my bagel and drinking my coffee. I don't know, however you want to word it. The breakfast is going down. I'm going to play some more Unusual Whale video. What? What? Okay, this video looks crazy. I've got to play it.
Today we're going to discuss a really intriguing study by a combination of SETI scientists with marine biologists that basically used whale communication as a way for scientists to figure out how one day we might have to communicate with extraterrestrial intelligence, with the overall results and overall conclusions being somewhat intriguing as well. But before we discuss whales and SETI, let's actually talk about the idea of human-animal communication that existed for thousands of years, comparing all of this to the results from the study. And so, hello wonderful person, this is Anton. Let's talk about the idea of interspecies communication. And in this case, the species...
They're going to talk to whales to talk to aliens. It's a real video. It's a real study. It's a SETI study.
Species might not be from planet Earth. Now, obviously, simple communication with animals is not something that surprises anyone. Anyone with a pet knows that you can kind of communicate with your dog, your cat, and especially if you have a bird. But this type of a communication is maybe a little bit different because, to some extent, we're training these animals to understand us based on various visual, auditory, or other sensory cues. And intriguingly, a lot of interspecies communication on our planet that developed without any kind of training and basically developed naturally usually involves food. For example, this bird, known as honeyguide, over hundreds and hundreds of years of seeing humans collecting honey from various beehives, developed a specific human call that can lead humans to new beehives that they would not know about otherwise, which is obviously why they're called honey guides. And this is something that they seem to have developed over thousands of years of interaction with humans without anyone specifically training them. And this very specific human call seems to also differ depending on the region. It seems to be learned by each individual bird depending on the area, and it's not something they're born with. And the reason these birds do this is because humans will leave a lot of leftovers and they'll get to eat some honey after all. Likewise, in a lot of ancient records from Roman Empire and even modern records from Brazil, there are cases of dolphins driving fish toward fishermen and then signaling them when to throw their nets. These signals are also developed very differently depending on the region, with dolphins then participating in the catch because it makes it so much easier for them to eat fish when they're separated from the larger school. But each pod of dolphins seems to have individual human calls once again. Then we have our weird friends orcas that we're going to be discussing in a separate video, but here there are known records from the 19th century where several orca pods in different parts of Australia would herd large whales toward whaling ships and even allowing them to be killed faster. In other words, orcas assisted in whaling back in the days. And they did this because basically they got to eat a lot of parts humans didn't care about, things like tongues and lips, and that's their favorite. We'll talk about this in a separate video. But in order to communicate with humans, they would smack the water in a very specific way, alerting the...
The reason why creatures love tongues and lips from other creatures is because that's where 90% of the fat is. And if you are a creature on the planet Earth, you need fat, because that's how you survive long durations of time without food. That's like the summary. I mean, probably everybody knows that, but I feel like I don't know where this video is going to go.
Whaling ships, basically telling humans where the whales were hiding or telling humans that the whales were approaching. Then we obviously have a lot of stories about chimps, gorillas, and orangutans communicating using sign language or through technological means such as touchscreen. Not to mention we have some really extreme examples of some animals, like the famous gray parrot named Alex, learning hundreds of words that he was able to pronounce really well, being able to even use simple grammar in order to communicate where he wanted to go. But in this case he was only about 80% accurate most of the time. But I think the most extreme example of all of this once again comes from dolphins. There was a very strange experiment back in the 60s, known as the Lily experiment, where the researcher locked himself up with a 6-year-old dolphin for approximately 2 months, living in a partially submerged house. And during this time they basically taught each other to communicate by using different sounds. And at some point, apparently, this dolphin was able to mimic basic English, at least according to the book that was written about this. There are no actual videos and no actual recordings, so unfortunately it's impossible to know how accurate this is. But these two examples of the parrot and the dolphin show us something really important about animal communication. At least some animals seem to possess the idea of grammar. They don't just basically communicate using single words, they communicate using sentences with certain meaning, or can at least be trained to do so, which suggests that this is something innate to them and something that's possible to acquire. But this type of animal communication depends on situational cues. For example, when you scold your dog is going to hear your angry voice and is going to know something is wrong and thus respond accordingly. This type of cue-based communication is maybe not the same as what SETI and various language theorists want to actually understand. Because if we do meet some kind of an alien, they're unlikely to have body language cues or even sound cues that would be similar to anything we're used to. But various language sciences do want to understand how to retrieve information from any kind of a signal from intelligent species. It doesn't matter if it's a dog, a cat, or a whale. And so the main point behind this study, that as always you can find in the description below, is to create natural conditions where we have no idea what communication is being used, but to then attempt it anyway by figuring out various patterns. And so as I mentioned before, this was a collaboration between Alaska Whale Foundation, marine scientists studying whales, and SETI, with the mission being an attempt to communicate with humpback whales. Whales known for being somewhat curious when it comes to humans, but also whales known for their incredibly long and loud songs that can be heard from thousands of kilometers away and can even last for half an hour. Here's an example of such a song that lasted approximately 30 seconds, and it basically sounded something like this. But the experiment itself was very simple. Previously, scientists recorded one of the calls used by whales in order to communicate with each other. This call looked something like this, and it came from a whale that the scientists referred to as Twain. And here the whale researchers believe this is a type of a contact call, basically the whale announcing that they're there, or maybe just saying, "Hello, wonderful person," or "wonderful whale." They then went to the location where the whales often appeared and used the same contact call to see if any whales would respond. And after waiting just a little bit, Twain swam up to the boat. And in this case didn't just swim to the boat, but started circling around it, trying to figure out what's going on. And so for the next 20 minutes, scientists replayed the same call 36 times, but did so by varying intervals. And strangely enough, Twain mimicked everything they did. For example, if there was 10-second interval between calls, Twain also kept 10 seconds between his calls before responding. Now obviously here they weren't really saying much, they possibly were just saying hello or "My name is Twain," to which the whale replied, "My name is also Twain," or possibly they just kept saying hello, hello to each other. I mean, we don't really know what the message means, but the important part in this case is that this was the first such communication between humans and humpback whales, but in this case using their own language. Not something we train them to do, not something that mimics English, for example, using humbackanese for the lack of better words. And so even though in terms of actual communication not a lot of information was exchanged, the important part here was the conversational style. There was a clear understanding between the whale and the researchers. And for SETI researchers, this is a really important discovery, because whales' behavior potentially mimics how we might one day communicate with extraterrestrial intelligence if it exists. So this was our practice run for the first contact. But more importantly, the behavior itself is really important as well. Whales are obviously intelligent species. Actually, their brains are much bigger than ours and contain more neurons. And so the fact that the whale approached us and wanted to try to communicate, and was actually curious enough to continue the communication, implies that intelligent alien races might do the same. Just like the whale responded to the scientists, ET intelligence, if they receive our calls, might also want to respond as well. But obviously in this case there is a major difference. This is still planet Earth, this is still animals genetically similar to us in a lot of different ways, and this is still based on intelligence produced by neurons in the brain. Quite a lot of SETI researchers do believe that extraterrestrial intelligence potentially might be entirely different and potentially be completely incomprehensible. But by trying to study...
Okay, so I'm not convinced that this whole fucking video isn't being read from something that ChatGPT generated. This guy's got 1 million subscribers, he's got 13,000 views on this video, but the whole thing to me just seems like he took an article and said, I need a 20-minute fucking video. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, that's what it looks like to me. I'm really interested in this unusual whales thing, but I don't see a lot about it. I want to see, like, a year ago, Unusual Whales had a bunch of videos on SBF and the fraud and the FTX and Alameda. The last interview before SBF was arrested. So maybe I can go to Unusual Whales video site, or their YouTube. Okay, Jesse Waters has a video.
After a lackluster 2022, 23 was a hot year for stocks. The S&P 500 was up 24%. So how's your portfolio looking? Bet it's not looking as good as members of Congress, because politicians crushed the market last year. Their performance smoked, and I mean smoked, professional money managers who do this all day for a living. Let's take a look back at 2023's best performing stock pickers in Congress, thanks to stock market congressional expert and track.
Okay. If you're in Congress and you're gonna buy a stock based on some legislature that's coming out, it's not like a question, right? It's a known entity. That stock is going to be impacted by that thing, be it positive or negative. If you're shorting, if you're calling it, if you're going up or down, whatever it is, it's a known fundamental change. If you bought weapons manufacturing stocks when 1300 or whatever, how 1700, I don't even know how many it was now, when the Israelis got kidnapped by Hamas, if you bought weapon stocks, like that is a known thing. Like it's a known thing that is happening. It is known that there's going to be a response, and that weapon manufacturer stocks are going to increase. So I don't, like, part of it is like, yeah, they're insider trading, and then part of it is like they're only trading on known information. There's no spectacle, there's no voodoo fucking chart reading nonsense magic. You know what I mean? Like, there's some people that are like, well, the chart looks like an upended shoulders, head and shoulders, whatever the, double top, triple bottom, whatever the fucking indicator is that they're going for. This is a flat top breakout, the bullshit language that chartologists, as I like to call them, use to determine their trades. It's just straight fundamentals. It's just, well, Israel is going to go to war. They're probably going to buy missiles. They're probably going to buy bombs. They're probably going to buy planes. They're probably going to buy anti-missile bombs, or not bombs, but projectiles. Like all of these things, the ammo, like everything, right? Whatever Lockheed Martin is selling these days, whatever Raytheon is selling that's big these days, 327 bombs or 2,000-pound bombs or whatever it is, I mean, personally right now, I would think that there's got to be a push for them to use, instead of the 2,000-pound bombs, to use some more targeted 329 or 327s or whatever that was that I saw the article of. It was on the stream yesterday, I think. So I don't know. Whatever that one is, because it seems like the 2,000-pound bombs are getting a lot of negative press. 60-meter craters in the middle of southern Gaza where they told people to be safe. Yeah, that's bad press. They're probably going to go with the smaller bombs soon, and a lot of them, because they'll leave smaller craters. It'll be less bad press, right? They're still going to kill the same number of people, I would imagine. All right, I'm going to play the videos more.
Unusual Whales. Coming in at number 1, Democrat Congressman Brian Higgins from New York. He was up a whopping 239%. And he's going out on top. He's leaving Congress in February. Smart. Sitting in at number 2, Republican Congressman Mark Green from Tennessee, who was up 122% this year.
122%.
Democrat Senator Dick Blumenthal, also on the list of lawmakers who destroyed the market this year. He was up 68%. What about the Wolf of Washington? Nancy Pelosi, she came in at 41 points above the S&P 500 this year. Well done, Nance. I mean,
oh my
Paulie.
God, that's fucking funny.
Next is the man who really believes Biden talked to Hunter's business clients about the weather the whole time. Dan Goldman was up 53% this year. Oh boy, Danny. And then we had Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw, who beat the market by 13 poits. Overall, Democrats outperformed Republicans by about 13 points.
Dude, they're trading stocks that are murdering people.
$1 billion in financial transactions.
I mean, don't get me wrong, what they're doing is wrong.
A lot of them investing in companies that they had inside information on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what corruption looks like. And that is why Congress still hasn't passed a ban on insider stock trading.
Insider trading is already illegal. It is factually illegal. You are not allowed to do it. They are trading on public information. Like it is a known thing. These laws are publicly announced. Like they're not trading on insider information because it is public information. Like I don't think that, like, just because the public is asleep and isn't paying attention to what Congress is doing, like every day they meet and they talk about laws. Every single day. There are like 1,000 fucking bills out there. They're all being voted on. They're voting on bills every day. They're in different parts of committees. They're getting rewritten. Like, just because we're fucking asleep at the wheel doesn't mean that they are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. I'm not trying to defend them. Like, obviously their trading is fucking bullshit and it's affecting like how they're writing laws and what they're doing. Like, I don't mind that they're trading. What I do mind is that their trading is causing them to like screw Americans so that they can make more profit, right? And there's no way to prevent that, because if they can't trade directly, they'll trade indirectly. It's just at least this way it's transparent. But anyway, I mean, that's neither here nor there. There's already a ban on the indirect trading. I mean, I guess if they make a law against directly trading, there'll just be a legalese way for them to trade indirectly, right? Because they'll just invest their money in something, some company, and then tell that company what's going on. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing's ridiculous. Because there's a couple of facts that are always going to be true. Someone's always going to be able to trade. They have freedom of speech, and then they can invest in any group or company that they want to, right? So like, there's no way to escape what's happening. The media hyping it up and people hyping it up or getting angry about it and all that other stuff, like there is no solution for that. There's nothing that can be done except what Unusual Whales and Autopilot are doing, where they're tracking it. If it can be measured, it can be managed, which is a quote I learned today, which I love, because then it can be managed, right? So just track it, and then just look at what they're doing, and then in the event that they do make some bad legislature moves based on their stocks, then arrest them, right? Because that's dereliction of duty. There are already laws in place. They don't need to add more laws. If they feel like the laws don't have enough teeth, they could add something else where they'd be like, you know, specifically, if you are found to have been influenced by your stock trades in how you process legislation, then, you know, I don't know, they skin you and flay you alive, and your body stays out there in front of everybody. I don't, you know, whatever the gross enacting punishment from Game of Thrones they want to pursue. I don't know. It's just if they really need a law, it shouldn't be that they can't trade. It should be that they can't legislate based on their trades. Because I personally think that I personally think that they're all blackmailed or honeypotted or being controlled by someone anyways, right? And then the ones that aren't, they're trying to make money. They're trying to find a way to make money for them and themselves and their family. Like, because being a politician sucks. There's no way that's good. Like, your name is dragged through the mud. Nobody likes you on either side. You can't do anything right. Even if you could do something right, you don't actually have the power to actually do it. And then someone's gonna earmark some other bullshit bill on top of your bill, and then later they're gonna condemn you anyways. Or you're full on, like, politicians are full on evil because that's, you know, they're already getting bashed, so why not do the bad thing? Or, you know, however they actually rationalize it or it gets there, I don't think that there's any way that being a politician is going to be a good thing, even if you set out with the best of intentions, just because of the nature of what it is. And that being said, I would just let them trade. I'm more worried about when they make a law based on the trade. Like, if they promote Israel bombing Palestine, if they're in favor of that, they don't prevent it because they're making money off of Lockheed Martin, then I'm concerned. But if, like, you know, something comes across their desk where they have to decide if they're going to fund Moderna to do a vaccine, like, they're going to fund it or not fund it either way. So they might as well be able to trade it, because it's public information on what they decide. It's public information on what they're going to do. It's public information that's being picked. Like, if they do it early, if they decide Monday and they buy it Monday, then that would be a concern. But there's a law already in place that they have to have X amount of days before they do a trade. They have to, as politicians, they have to announce their trade ahead of time. So all that stuff is already public information. It's already publicly announced on the FCC. That's why Unusual Whales has access to it, because it's already publicly available information on what they're going to do and what they're doing and how they're doing it. Because they've already decided right now that they're going to fund the next vaccine, right? And there's only 3 or 4 or 5 different major manufacturers in the U.S. that all kind of fall under the umbrella of, like, 3, basically. So it's not like an unknown. It's the price is unknown. How much it's going to go up might not be known. But other than, like, a relative advantage on how high it's going to go or where the peak is. I don't think that they have a significant advantage in the trades. I think you can just be like, it's 2024, every window in America is about to break again. you can buy the glass companies, or or it's going to be like, well, if the Democrats win again, maybe buy Kraft, maybe get Kraft stock because people are going to need food and they're not going to be buying a bunch of luxury items. Like you can just look and see what happens, and then you can anticipate, or you can just look backwards and say like, well, when I did this thing, toilet paper went through the roof. Okay, I don't know. I do like this Unusual Whales thing. I do like their page, especially the unusualwhales.com/politics. It's got an interesting title, Unusual Political Trading. Because it has both the Democrats and the Republicans on there. And I can see right now that this one guy is buying up Seth. I don't even know what Seth is. I have to look it up. But he's been buying that up since the start of this month. So I'm kind of interested. It's Michael Collins. He's a Republican senator from Maine. I see that there's a couple of Democrats that are selling a couple $100,000s of dollars of fucking stock. So I expect that either they think the market's going to go down, or at least that stock's going to go down, because the Democrats are fucking selling. Well, except for Lloyd Doggett. Looks like he's buying some. He bought Home Depot. He bought KO, which I don't know what that is. I think that's Coca-Cola. PBG, which I think Johnson & Johnson, IBM. PPG, is that Procter & Gamble? I don't know. But he's just buying like he's a relatively average trader from what I can see, where he's just like $1,000 to $15,000 on each of these things. Each day in December, he was just buying some of these producers, I would say, like consumer goods, right? Home Depot's more. Well, I guess Home Depot could be considered semi-commercial, but most of that stuff's all consumer goods. I guess IBM is more commercial. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of think like those are normal trades, and they're spread out. Whereas these other guys where they're like, what's this Michael Burgess doing? What the fuck did this guy do? Okay, so on December 14th, he sold UPS, and he bought it again. And then on December 15th, he sold it, and he bought it again. That seems really weird. It says it was reported, so he did it in December, but it was reported on the 8th of January. So it's not being reported ahead of time. I thought it was supposed to be reported ahead of time. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe it does need some more legislation to try to sort this out. I don't know. I thought Unusual Whales was predicting ahead of time, but anyways, the thing that I'm interested in is this NANC. This NANC, NANC ETF that is based off of how the Democrats are trading. I fully intend to buy that, especially after hearing that one guy made 120%. So before I mentioned how, well, they're in basically the location where you know what's going to happen or what is happening, right? You just, because you're making the laws and you're having to deal with it every day, you know exactly what's going on. Like, your political awareness is at 9,000, right? Your goings-on awareness, or whatever you want to say it is, fundamental awareness. So to some point, they're just going to have a high win rate, but 120% of market, that is sus, right? 120%, that is... If someone gets... I was 68% ahead of market in February when I was just buying NVIDIA, right? Because NVIDIA was 68% ahead of market. It just, that stock was going up and nothing else really was, because AI really just, when ChatGPT first came out, it was in the news every damn day. And NVIDIA has been probably the highest level of investment to production ratio that I've seen of any company so far. I don't know if that's fair to say, but that was my perception. I don't know if anyone else has invested as much, or if anyone has reaped a better reward ratio to what they've invested. I should be shooting this guy. I think I'm not spotting. I'm not the one who's spotting him, so I'm just gonna slow down and farm.
Enemy battleship sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it. Son, enemy cruiser has been detected.
I think he's headed toward me now.
You disappeared into the smoke. Son, enemy battle wagon has been detected.
I think that guy's just gonna sit there until he's dead.
Wipe the grin off your face. The enemy has taken the lead.
I am radared, but I don't think anyone can shoot me.
The fire is burning up. Get ready. Son, the engine is out of order. Son, enemy tin can has been detected. Enemy battleship sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it.
I'm not getting any hits. I don't know if I'm aiming too far or what's going on. I don't know where that guy is. What is my range here? 12?
Wipe the grin off your face. The enemy
Well,
has taken the lead.
time for me to leave this spot because my smoke is dying. To their props, they did fucking radar me. They just didn't shoot me. They could have, they didn't.
As always, you've missed everything. Torpedoes astern.
No, I fucking took that.
It's about time.
What was that, a fucking plane torp? That guy's dead.
Torpedoes astern. As always, you've missed everything. Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes astern. As always, you've missed everything. Torpedoes astern.
Okay, A is here.
Light a cigar.
There's a carrier after me. I didn't mean to hit smoke, I meant to hit heal, but heal's not up.
Son, pay attention to the starboard side. There are torpedoes. Son, pay attention to the starboard side. There are torpedoes.
I don't think there's anything here I can shoot at.
Congratulations. You disappeared into the smoke.
I might be able to just heal up for a little bit. I am the only thing on my team in A. My team is doing terrible.
The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
Alright, so we're just gonna back out of this.
The enemy is close to victory. It's time to turn the fat around.
There's a fucking submarine there. Undetected, I don't know why.
Have you finished playing around? The main caliber turret is out of action. The fire is burning up. Get ready. The enemy doesn't sleep. Torpedoes in front of you.
Cutlass Whiner AFK. I'm probably not going to report that person. Alright, so let's leave this though. Let's see how we did. Alright, let's just check this horrible win-loss rate. Okay, that's terrible. 88% for the free XP. We actually didn't earn very much. I wish that there was a way to just graph how much we'd earned. But we didn't earn hardly shit. The final task, we actually earned 16,000 Captain XP. So, I don't know. I think we earned 100,000 Captain XP actually, because I think we started the stream at 89,000, so I think we're at 189,000 now. I think we've earned 100,000 tonight. Or maybe we earned about half of that, because I think we sold a general, and that paid us like 45,000. So I think maybe we earned about half. So about 50k, maybe. Not real sure about that number. But it definitely we didn't make a whole lot in free XP. 89k. We still being paid out for missions? I don't know. Alright. It says we didn't actually make our 40k yet. I guess we'll play a little more because we didn't get this third crate yet. Just gonna go to bed. I don't know. I think there's another video I want to play. I want to play a video on the ETF. So this is by Robbie Money. Congress has beaten the stock market. It's so accurate that they've done it that there's now an ETF.
As you may know, the stock market was down almost 20% in 2022, but guess what? That didn't actually stop politicians from still doing pretty good. On average, congressional Democrats beat the market by about 16.4% on average. Republicans did even better, on average beating the market by about 18.6%. So, you know what? Politicians apparently are pretty good at investing. You know, people are like always saying, hey, there's an ETF for that. Okay, well, I'm trying to make it a thing, all right? It's like, do you want to invest in ingredients that have to do with your breakfast foods? There's an ETF that invests in that. Or like, hey, I want to invest in meme stocks. Actually, there is an ETF that invests in that. What if I want to bet against every single stock that a certain CNBC commentator says that he likes? Actually, there's an ETF that invests in that. Or what if I want to invest and benefit from the greed and corruption of politicians? No. There's not an ETF that invests in that. But actually, there is. Welcome to the Unusual Whales Democratic ETF by Subversive ETFs, and also the Cruise Unusual Whales Republican Subversive ETF. And so Unusual Whales is actually very popular on Twitter, 1.1 million followers. And they try to bring focus and attention to people like politicians who trade stocks. And so Unusual Whales, they see themselves as a fighter of transparency, let's say. They've been showing and tracking the moves, the market moves, the purchases, the buys of politicians in Congress. And you may be asking yourself, how would Unusual Whales even track the stock purchases of people that serve in Congress? Well, all goes back to the year 2012 when the Stock Act was passed, or we stopped trading on Congressional Knowledge Act. So according to Unusual Whales, the Stock Act was passed in response to concerns about insider trading by none other than members of Congress. And what the Stock Act actually did was it amended the financial disclosure laws to require members of Congress and certain other federal officials to disclose their financial transactions within 45 days, rather than the previous rules, which was that they had to disclose it annually. And so the idea here, of course, is to have more transparency and to make sure that if elected officials, perhaps serving on a defense committee, and they see a war that's about to break out, they don't go out and buy stocks that are going to profit from that war, because maybe they'll be put up to public scrutiny, except the fact is that they're still doing it anyway, unfortunately. You can actually see here the returns on defense stocks in 2022. These are the actual returns of some members of Congress that are investing in stocks that are inside the defense industry. Blue are Democrats, red are Republicans. Both sides are doing this, and you're seeing some pretty good gains here in a time when the market was down almost 20%. Now, Unusual Whales is tracking Congress's activities here two different ways. There's what we would call the average congressional stock return. So you just say, what are the average of all these peoples if they bought the stock and then they held it? Of course, selling the ones along the way that were disclosed, and then comparing that to what the actual S&P 500 did during the year. And so here you could see the S&P was down negative 18.2%. Republicans were actually up 0.38% during the year of 2022, and then Democrats were only down negative 1.76%, again, compared to a market that's down 18 point something percent. At the end of the day, they killed the market. Now, this is on average, right? So they did another way. They tracked this another way. They took all of the buys and sells of all the politicians and they said, okay, let's go ahead and track that against the S&P 500. Well, if instead of buying, for example, stock in Lockheed Martin, right? Let's say you bought stock in Lockheed Martin on January 1st and you sold it in February 20th. That's a trade, right? What if instead of buying Lockheed Martin, you went and you bought the S&P 500 or SPY, the SPY ETF? If you bought the SPY ETF and you sold that, how much more did you make or lose by buying the S&P 500 versus Lockheed Martin? And that's what we're looking at right here. So when they tracked the trades, if they had traded instead S&P 500, their trades were way better than if they had bought the market. So if they had just traded the S&P 500 with all these trades that they made, they'd be up only 0.02%. So Republicans actually were up 4.64%, and Democrats were actually up 3.76%. So this is telling you they're actually really good traders. And as you probably know, I'm sure a lot of people in Congress, they're not really traders, right? Unusual Whales actually breaks this down a little further. They have the Senate and they have the House. So what happened with the Senate? Okay, 0.09% would have been if you had traded only the S&P 500. Well, the Senate made 5.83% for Republicans, and Senate Democrats freaking killed it. They knocked it out of the park with a 16.28% return. I mean, if I'm a hedge fund, I'm gonna go try to get a bunch of senators to work my hedge fund, right? These men and these women are doing a good job investing. They're good traders. If you take a look at the House, S&P 500 trades would have been up 0.02%. The House, 4.54 for Republicans, 3.19% for Democrats. Again, beating the S&P 500 trades if they had traded the S&P 500 instead of the individual stocks that they had traded. Unusual Whales breaks this down really well. So there's so much data on this. I mean, we don't have to go through this whole thing, but just for example, look at the House. Mike Kelly had a 239% rate of return compared to the S&P 500. Roger Marshall in the Senate had 106% rate of return. These two were the leaders. So again, they're doing something right. I mean, they're doing something that's making them money for sure. Here we have the top stocks purchased by Congress with the largest gains since the Russia invasion. This very first stock tell is a nat gas stock. This is probably a play of the fact that Russia supplies a lot of natural gas to Europe. Also, we have stocks like Lockheed Martin here, LMT, obviously a defense contractor, right? They're going to do well in times of conflict. Here on the left side, we have the top 10 stocks of the House. On the right, we have the top 10 stocks bought by the Senate. House Democrats preferring companies like Disney, Apple, Tesla, Google, and Nvidia. House Republicans preferring stocks kind of like ET here, which is actually an energy stock, or like EPAM, that's an engineering services stock. On the right side, you have senators. They got Microsoft, PayPal, Intel. And over here, we can see the top stocks sold. Again, on the left, we have the House. On the right, we have the Senate. So at the end of the day, it's sad that we even have this that exists, but the fact a few important things that we probably want to know about are the expense ratios. At a 0.75% expense ratio for both of these ETFs, it's actually a pretty high expense ratio for an ETF. Over here, we can see the date that this thing was incepted. The inception date was only February 7th of 2023. Of course, it's only been around for a few days, really. This thing's so young, it doesn't even have a distribution yield yet. So if you take a look over here, there's nothing to show. And it only pays distributions annually, so you're not even going to get quarterly distributions for this if it does pay a bunch of dividends. We take a look at the portfolios. The Nancy Democratic Subversive ETF has Microsoft as their number one, Amazon, Apple, Google. We got Salesforce, Nvidia. We got Disney, CrowdStrike, Philip Morris, and American Express. Cruise ETF, we have Magellan Midstream Partners. That's going to be an energy stock. We have Microsoft, we have ET, Energy Transfer, we got Dow, we got Philip Morris, we got Shell, we got United Therapeutics, we got Accenture, Owl Rock Capital, and Las Vegas Sands Corporation, which of course is a casino, and that's what you're going to be investing in when you go in one of these two ETFs. Actually, they're pretty different. It seems like the Republican ETF is going to be very heavily more on the energy sector. Right now, I don't even have the amount of assets that are inside this ETF, so, there are just parameters that I usually take a look at to see before I'd even invest in something. There needs to be a certain amount of liquidity. There needs to be a certain amount of assets, right? So I'm waiting for the ETF. I probably wouldn't invest in it anytime within the next year. But I think it could be something very interesting in the future. I wouldn't be putting tons of money in it, but maybe a little small speculative position, 3% of a portfolio, could be kind of interesting. So let me know what you think about these in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. And if you want to see a video on some more ETFs, take a look at this video here. Disclaimer here, and see you next time.
Yeah, so that was a pretty neutral review of the ETF. I think 3% is a really conservative amount for how much to put of a portfolio into it. It's probably about double the amount that a hedge fund manager might invest. But I don't know. I'm thinking about that one. I think it's going to perform better than anything I can think of doing, and I think it's going to perform better than the S&P for sure. I hadn't really considered how the dividends would look off of that. I just didn't expect there would be dividends because it's an ETF. I've been detected. I've been hit. I've lost almost a quarter of my health.
Light a cigar.
I'm not the main spotter for these, but I can't actually shoot them, so I'm smoking up way too early. I've inked myself effectively. I know that little bastard's over there.
Congratulations! You disappeared into the smoke.
Oh, my ally's here. Okay. The Akazuki is here. I've got a smoke ring there. I can't believe that guy's going into it. It's gonna get torqued. They're gonna torque the shit out of it. They torqued this guy.
Son, unexpected, but the torpedoes are in front of you.
Ooh, fuck, he got hit. I'm radared. I'm radared right now. I'm gonna speed boost.
Full speed ahead.
Who is radaring me? Must be the Talon has radar or the Virginia 41. I don't know. There's a lightning there. So, all right. We've got this cap. Looks like the Amalfi has smoke. Looks like they've got rockets and bombers going for our carrier, so hopefully the carriers are fighting between themselves and I don't have to fucking try. The lightning is spotted by our carrier. My torps have a range of 9 kilometers, so I'm just going to try to get up there a little bit. If I get radar, it'll suck balls, but...
Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down. Son, unexpected, but the torpedoes are in front of you. Son, pay attention to the port side. They're torpedoes.
Akatsuki just got fucking toasted. Nobody's guarding B. if I leave, no one's really guarding D. There's a lightning out here that I don't really want to fight about, but there's a couple of ships here that I don't really want to not help with either. Undetected. TD's in my circle, I guess.
The fire is burning up. Get ready.
Fuck you, Kagero, you piece of shit.
Light a cigar. Son, enemy cruiser has been detected. It's fixed. It was about time. Doesn't sleep. Torpedoes in front of you. Congratulations. You disappeared into the smoke. Torpedoes on the left, son.
Plane spotted again. That's fine.
The fire is burning up. Get ready. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead. Have you finished playing around? The main caliber turret is out of action. Son, enemy battle wagon has been detected. It's fixed. It was about time.
Well, I mean, we're winning on, oh, we're not winning, fuck. I don't know, my team's kind of playing pussy. Like, they're wimping out behind that island when, they outgunned the fucking battleship 3-1, if they just tried. Like, I don't understand this right now. They could have killed that one battleship, and now they're in like practically an even fight. Like right now it's like a flip of the coin, right? It's like their DD and RBBs. Apparently I can't turn hard enough to avoid this guy. I don't know. I wish I hadn't said anything because now they're pushing up when they shouldn't. That guy's dead. Why are my shots not hitting him? He's not turning. He's fucking stationary.
Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down. Son, enemy cruiser has been detected.
Dude, shoot him. What the fuck are you guys doing?
All stations requesting fire support. New intel. Reporting
Fucking burn him down, dude.
Target. Enemy battleship sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it. Light a cigar.
That team sucks.
Congratulations! You disappeared into the smoke. What are you waiting for? Concentrate fire on that target. New orders. Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Fucking kill that motherfucker.
New order. Support fire on the specified target. The fire is burning up. Get ready.
Ah, please, somebody help me.
The fire is burning up. Get ready.
Whatever, don't help me, I don't care.
Wipe the grin off your face. The enemy is taking the lead.
I don't even think those activated before. Like, if he would have been hit by one of those, it wouldn't even counted as a kill on him. It wouldn't even hit him. I don't know, our team just didn't, you spot for the whole time and you just don't see any fucking battleship shots. You're like, what the fuck is the team doing? Just very irritating.
I think there's only three things that are relevant right now. And here are the three things. The halving is coming with 100% certainty. And as far as I can see, most of the selling of Bitcoin in the market is the Bitcoin miners that have to sell in order to pay their electricity bills and pay their debt expenses and their operating expenses. So that amount of selling pressure is going to be cut in half in a few months. So we know that's coming. And then we know there's a spot Bitcoin ETF coming. And when that comes, we plug into Wall Street and the entire banking system. And then finally, we know that fair value accounting is coming. And when that happens, the objective will go away. And now you're going to introduce this as a conversation into hundreds of boardrooms. They will not move in a week. They move quarterly, but over the course of 12 quarters, you'll start to see company after company looking at this, and you'll start to see a reallocation of assets, right? At the end of the day, corporations only hold two assets. They hold cash and they hold bonds. And so if Bitcoin is available as an asset, pari passu to a bond, then you'll see a reallocation from bonds to Bitcoin. And then in the institutional investor side, you've got all these people holding real estate, holding commodities, holding gold, holding ETFs and S&P indexes and the like. And if they start to reallocate, and they will, 1%, then 2%, then 5%,
bonds can't crash.
Then you're going to have something that's never happened in the history of the world, which is you've got an ETF on a commodity that is scarce.
There's so many major catalysts on the horizon for Bitcoin. The FASB accounting changes effective end of year 2024, the Bitcoin halving in April 17th, 2024, and the Bitcoin ETF final deadlines, which is also Q1 2024. All these positive catalysts, yet Bitcoin has been trading in a range between $25,000 and $30,000 for months now, which begs the question, with all these positive catalysts, who on earth is selling? In his latest interview, Michael Saylor believes he knows the answer. He argues that the majority of sellers at the moment are the Bitcoin miners. They can't just hodl their Bitcoin, they're businesses with bills they need to pay. They need to sell the Bitcoin they mine to pay for electricity, computer costs, and operating expenses. The good news, that selling pressure is going to be cut in half in just a few months from now. In fact, we even know the specific day, April 17th, 2024, the day of the Bitcoin halving. Make sure to stick around to the end of the video where Saylor breaks down his personal Bitcoin strategy for MicroStrategy and he lays out his prediction. Also guys, if you want to stay most up to date on the crypto world, I send out a daily 5-minute crypto newsletter that covers expert predictions, on-chain data breakdowns, and breaking news, all for free. Click the first link in the description, enter your email, and join over 10,000 others to become a better crypto investor right now. Now here's Michael Saylor with his Bitcoin outlook.
Every other ETF in the world is on an asset that is not scarce. It's inflationary. You can make more buildings, you can make more real estate, you can make more gold, you can make more commodities, you can make $1 billion worth of any of those things. The underlying producers produce more of the asset to deflate or to depreciate the price. With Bitcoin, when $100 billion flows into the Bitcoin spot ETF, there won't be any ability for any producer to produce any more Bitcoin. And so you can't really compare it to the spot ETF of gold, because gold is an inflationary asset. And you can't...
This. Like the math is, okay, so if it halves, maybe the value goes up by twofold, maybe. But it's such a big gamble. It's like, fuck that. Why the fuck would you risk it? It could just as easily crash as double in value. And if it crashes, it's going to go to fractions of a value, like a third or a fifth or a sixth. You know, it's not going to be half. And also, if you go to half, like if you lose half of a portfolio, you then have to gain 400% more to get it back, right? So it's like, yeah, there's just no way. I don't understand why no one's shooting this motherfucker. I don't know why my shots aren't hitting. I have no damage. It's like I haven't hit this dude at all. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. As far as I know, I'm aiming in the same spot. I'm leading him by fucking 12. He's a goddamn battleship, and I'm leading him by fucking 12.
The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
How much fucking lead does he need?
Son, the engine is out of order. It's fixed. It was about time.
How come no one's fucking shooting this motherfucker? Oh god damn it. Fuck that shit. I don't care. I don't know why my team's not shooting him at all. Nobody's fucking shooting him. Like there's no fucking battleships anywhere even near D. Like I don't know what the hell's going on. I would have thought we would have fucking just wrecked that guy, but instead I'm chasing him forever up into like no man'sville because we have nobody to fucking shoot him. We've lost 2 cruisers and a battleship on fucking B for some reason. I don't know who was even here to help me on D. Like there were ships here on D and there's just nobody. I don't understand it. Who the fuck is my team shooting? Okay. This cruiser is firing his guns, right? Shoot somebody, dude. Shoot somebody. No, he's running away. I didn't even see any ammunition in the air. This guy got taken out by torps, so that's good.
Every single one of you. Engine boost is disabled.
I go over to
Slowing
D, but
down.
I'll get no help, so they're on their own on D.
All forces,
I'm not doing it.
that area.
This is a very frustrating game. I'm going 37 knots. And a fucking carrier is keeping out of my range.
Enemy cruiser sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it.
I mean, it's smacked by that battleship to my right.
Light a cigar.
How much do I gotta fucking lead this shit? Man, these fucking... They just...
Disappeared into the smoke.
These guns are so bad.
Enemy cruiser sighted. I'm sure you know what to do with it.
I hate this skin. This ship fucking is terrible. You have to lead by 15, 16? When they're going like 30, not even? What the fuck's going on, dude?
Enemy submarine detected. I'm sure you know what to do with it. It's fixed. It was about time.
Look at that shit.
Son, unexpected, but the torpedoes are in front of you.
We lost.
Have you finished playing around? The main caliber turret is out of action. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead.
There's two submarines out here. There's one there, and there's one over there. That guy's using sub surveillance. Dude, you don't even know where the fucking subs are on the map, and they're both fucking yellow, like, or white highlighted. Like, dude, no. Their locations are both known. They have both been spotted. They're nowhere near you up in the fucking north. Jesus.
The enemy is close to victory. It's time to turn the fight around.
Who's this guy shooting at? The fuck?
Engine boost is disabled. Slowing down. I'm proud of you, son. Great fight.
Now what?
Light a cigar.
Dude, smoke, fucking stop shooting me.
The main caliber turret is out of action.
What the fuck?
It's fixed. It was about time.
Now it's detected me. Goddamn sub? Yep.
Congratulations. You disappeared into the smoke.
The subs are behind that fucking island over there. Oh, let's fucking kill this dude, please. There we go. Don't block my torps, please. Oh, good job.
Son, it's time to get rather serious. 5 minutes to the end of the fight. Do not lower your guns. Victory is near. The engine has been cranked. Full speed ahead. Do not lower your guns. Victory is near.
Their fucking division of theirs got the, says there's, it only shows my division, but there's a division on their side that's getting, let's see there, A. This guy's just carrying the shit out of them, but.
Light a cigar.
No, didn't get my torps off. I mean, I got them off, but I didn't fire them right. I wasn't paying attention. We fucking lost. We should have won that easily, but we lost. Fuck. Oh well, at least it was fast. At the end. We only got 608 free XP. Landed 48 fucking hits. Yeah, 17,000 damage. These guns suck. I bought this kid, but I regret it.
Boat is trash. It has trash guns. Yeah, we're getting like a couple hundred fucking XP per. It's tier 8. We're getting like 500 XP per. Should be getting around 3,000 XP. We're getting around 500. That grind is too severe. I'm done for the night. Fuck that shit. We got our last container, did we? No, almost. Maybe I'll get on later today and play. I don't know. That's fucking terrible. Alright, I'm done though. I'm sick of this shit. Sick of it.